Monday night, he was the hunted thanks to Jim Edmonds. Last night, he was the hunter as Mr. Pence slammed the Cubs. Tonight, Sean Gallagher goes for win number 2 as the Astros try to carve another game out of the Cubs' lead. Well, as you cruise on into Minute Maid Park here in Houston, you notice it's a lot cooler inside than it is outside. And we are inside Minute Maid Park for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the rubber game tonight between the Cubs and the Houston Astros. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brenly, I'm Len Casper. The Cubs took game 1 Monday night. The Astros returned the favor last night. Alfonso Soriano's out of the lineup tonight, but the Cubs now hope to be carried by their 3 and 4 hitters.
Yeah, Soriano had the most unbelievable homestand you'll ever see. He carried this team single-handedly on his back. Now the load falls on Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez, and they're more than capable of handling that load, as we saw in the ball game last night. Soriano 0 for 8 so far in this series, but Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez have really picked up the slack.
This was a home run for Aramis. He has now hit a home run in each of his last 2 games, and if you go back to last year, he's homered in 3 straight here at Minute Maid Park. So they have combined already for 10 hits in the series. And yes, Derek is in the lineup after the hot start in this series. Now the pitching matchup, it'll be right-hander Sean Gallagher getting the start, coming off his first win. And how about Sean Chacon? 9 starts and no decisions.
That's hard to figure. I'll tell you one thing against Sean Chacon, you want to load your lineup with as many lefties as you can. Left-handers hitting nearly 300 against Chacon. Right-handers hitting only 229.
So it's Gallagher against Chacon on the mound, and with Soriano out of the lineup, Ryan Theriot will hit first for the 3rd time this year. We'll have Cubs baseball from Houston next.
Prepare yourself for an event so big we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Let's see.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas, for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
And this road telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in high definition by Sharp Aquas. The Astros have taken the field. Neither club has been swept this year. It's the rubber game. The Cubs won Monday night, the Astros last night. So Sean Gallagher ready to work, but hopefully his teammates can give him a lead. as he'll face veteran right-hander Sean Chacon. And let's check in on the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. A little bit of a different look tonight with Soriano getting a day off. With the off day tomorrow, he'll have 2 full days before the series starts in Pittsburgh on Friday. Terrio leads it off. Kosuke Fukudome up in the 2-hole. It's Lee, Ramirez, Michael Hoffpauir with his first major league start. Soto, Edmonds, DeRosa, and then Sean Gallagher, the pitcher, looking for his first major league hit.
Take a look at the Astros defensively. Same lineup that Cecil Cooper used in the ball game last night. El Caballo, Carlos Lee out in left field. Michael Bourne, the speedster, in center. Hunter Pence, the big hero of the ball game last night, over in right field. Jeff Blum, Miguel Tejada on the left side of the infield. Kaz Matsui and Lance Berkman on the right side. J.R. Tolles, the young catcher, will be behind the plate today for right-hander Sean Chacon.
That's not a misprint. No record in 9 starts, and he has set a major league record with the 9 consecutive no decisions to start a season. The old record was 8. Dick Stigman back in 1965. Joe West is in his 31st year. The crew chief will work the plate. Rapuano, Hickox, and Buckner are on the bases. And Alfonso Soriano's on the bench. Real slow start after that very hot homestand. 0 for 8 in the series, so I'm sure he'll be available to pinch hit if needed.
He said he feels fine. He just started to chase some bad pitches once again. It's a habit that he will fall into from time to time.
And the 30-year-old righty deals ball 1 on Ryan Terrio, and we are underway. Third time this year Ryan Terrio has hit first. Knee-high fastball for a strike, 1-1. Kosuke Fukudome right behind Terrio, hitting second for just the second time. He's normally the number 5 hitter. In the air, Hunter Pence will make the catch out in right center. So 3 pitches, 1 out. And it brings up Kosuke.
We saw the numbers for Chacon a moment ago. In 54 1/3 innings pitched, he surrendered 9 home runs this year. 5 of those coming to left-handed hitters, 4 to righties. And we'll say it once again, we've already seen 2 games in this ballpark, but you know there's a short porch out there in left field. The Crawford box is a very inviting target for righties and lefties.
Third baseman Blum plays in, respecting the bunting ability and the speed of Fukudome. Ball 1, 1-1. Cubs have maintained their 2-game advantage over St. Louis because the Cardinals lost late last night. In San Diego, they're in Southern California again tonight. Houston's 2.5 out. Milwaukee and Pittsburgh playing tonight at PNC Park, both 21 and 24, 6.5 back. And the Cincinnati Reds are 7 out. They're trying to end their long losing streak in Los Angeles tonight. They had lost the first 2 games of that series.
Cubs 10 games over 500. You'd like to maintain that spread, if not add on to it. Talked about it during that last homestand. When you're below 500, you set your goal to get to 500. Once you start climbing over that 500 mark, your next goal is to get 10 games over, and then obviously 20 and 30, and hopefully you continue until you finish a year way ahead of everybody else in the division. Well, then I'm still waiting for Kosuke to hit that line drive home run into the Crawford boxes. I called for it when we were back at Wrigley at the end of that last homestand. I really thought this would be a ballpark that was well suited for his opposite field power.
Well, the 2 teams play 18 times this year. And 9 times here, so he'll have a lot of opportunities. Another 3-2 pitch, and he draws the walk. That's what a good number 2 hitter does. And no day off for Derek Lee. He didn't have to ask Lou Piniella to put him in there tonight. His bat did the talking.
Yeah, 3 for 4 night, including a double, scored a run. That's one way to show your skipper you don't need an off day.
Well, Chacon does not want to let Derek get on base because the guy behind Lee is 10 for 17 with 4 doubles and 5 home runs against Sean Chacon.
Ooh, those are wiffle ball numbers.
And as I mentioned in the open, he has hit a home run in 3 straight games here at Minute Maid Park going back to September of last year. Good lead by Fukudome at first. They're in double play depth on the infield. Bourne shaded slightly toward left center. There's a high deep drive for Derek Lee, and this ball will leave the yard big time. No idea where it landed, but everybody in the park knew it was going to go. 2-0. That's his 11th of the year. Did it ever come back?
I have no idea where that ball ended up. I'm assuming it's up there on the train track somewhere. Goodness gracious. Good choice by Lou Piniella to leave Derek Lee in the lineup tonight. Wow. Our Belvedere home run replay. Fastball inside part of the plate. Derek Lee just absolutely crushes this ball. And when the ball makes that sound coming off the bat and is hit to left or left center, very little chance it's going to stay in the ballpark.
Well, what we like to do nights like this, where it is bright out there to the west, is just look at the left and the center fielders, and they didn't move. They didn't have to.
The fans didn't even move on that one. Usually they'll scramble for position to try to catch a home run ball. You had to be out on the street to catch that one.
So for the second straight night, the Cubs taking a 2-0 lead on a home run. Last night it was Aramis in the 4th inning with Derek Lee on base. But then in the bottom of the 4th, Hunter Pence hit a grand slam, and that was it for the scoring as the Astros won 4-2. Good to see these early runs for Sean Gallagher yet again. Cubs gave him 3 in the first, 3 in the second. His last time out against the Pirates in a 7-4 victory.
Well, I think that's really important, Len. When you have a young pitcher on the mound, give him a little bit of breathing room in the early part of the game. Certainly it would be understandable if Sean Gallagher's a little nervous taking the ball here tonight, first time pitching in this ballpark, but you got a 1-run, or rather a 2-run lead already in this ball game. That has to help him relax a little.
The 3-1, and Aramis took it, right? I guess it's 3-1 now. What's the call?
I'm not really sure. I don't know if anybody's sure. That 1,000-yard stare.
A 1 bouncer to Miguel Tejada, and he throws on to first.
Ramirez pulled off that ball just the slightest little bit. He has been a deadly breaking ball hitter in the early going this year. He got a slider out over the plate. Unfortunately, hit it off the end of the bat, opened up just a little bit too quickly.
We're going to go back and in our tape room look at all the pitches in that at bat. We thought it was 3-1 and then 4-1, but nobody said a word. That's happened before. Gosh, who was it? Was it Orlando Hudson last year? No, it was Ray Durham in Arizona. I think he walked, but they didn't call it.
And for a guy like Aramis Ramirez, he would rather stay in there and take his hacks. He doesn't want to take a base on balls, especially, you know, with nobody on base. He's going to try to hit a solo bomb if you make a mistake on it.
Michael Hoffpauir getting his first major league start. He's in left for Soriano. Okay, so they had a check swing that was called a strike. It was 2-2, not 3-1. So there was a check swing in there that was called a strike and not a ball. So that explains it. We knew Joe West was all over it. That is a fair ball. First major league hit for Micah Hoffpauir. Get that baseball.
What a nice approach that time by Micah Hoffpauir. Really waited on that ball. It got deep into the hitting zone before he just exploded on it, drove it down that line into the left field corner. Congratulations, Micah Hoffpauir. First of many.
Can't remember who had the hit, but did you see Mike Sweeney the other day with Oakland? They did the same thing, flipped it into the dugout, and he immediately turned around, threw it in the stands.
No.
But he had another baseball.
Oh, okay.
He switched them.
The old decoy.
Pretty good stuff. Now Giovanni Soto with 2 outs and a runner on. Big rip. He fouled it straight back. 1 strike on the Cubs catcher.
Well, if you're a right-handed pull hitter, it would behoove you to chase those pitches up in the strike zone. I've called them fence-high fastballs before. Just get that bat head out in front of home plate and take a shot at those Crawford boxes. I'm really surprised in the early going Chacon has thrown as many pitches as he has from the middle of the plate into the right-handed hitters. On some occasions he's missed his spot badly, but in this ballpark, the bailout areas from left center to right center, obviously straightaway center field is enormous here. 436 to straightaway out there behind Towles Hill. They give you areas to bail out in this ballpark if you're a pitcher, but when you throw pitches over the inside part of the plate, those tend to get jerked into left field.
A kick and a 2-1. That's drilled fair down the left field line. Hoffpauir will score. Soto with a double. It's 3-0. RBI number 34 for Soto. He leads the club. It runs batted in.
Another middle of the plate slider, stayed up about middle of the thighs. Soto able to hook it down into that left field corner again. The 3rd extra base hit of the inning for the Cubs. Well, I mean, it's fun watching the ball ping pong around this ballpark, but you go back to that Kosuke Fukudome at bat, drawing the base on balls, seeing a lot of pitches. Now Chacon really laboring out there.
He's already thrown 26 pitches here in the 1st inning. One and nothing on Jim Edmonds. He is now 2 for 12 as a member of the Cubs. If you combine his Padres and Cubs numbers, he's hitting 176 with a homer and 6 knocked in. Popped him up. Tejada goes out. But it's Carlos Lee to make the catch. Cubs with 3 extra base hits in the inning. As Bob mentioned, that key walk right in front of the Derek Lee long blast that still might be traveling. Soto later with the RBI double. It's 3-0 with the Astros coming up.
It's never too early to start beefing up your obituary. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Menards, your summer project headquarters. Brighten your walkways with new Hawkins low-voltage path lights, featuring metal construction and clear seated glass in 3 distinctive finishes. Includes the bulb, only $18.98 each. Enjoy having friends and family over with a new gas grill from Charbroil. This model features a large grilling area powered by 40,000 BTUs. It has porcelain-coated cooking grates and an 8,000 BTU side burner on sale for just $129.
Save big money at Menards.
Hello? Dude, if I leave, I'm fired.
When the crave calls, answer with a tasty White Castle chicken sandwich, like our new Chicken Italiano with garlic cheese and marinara for a limited time.
It's never too early to start beefing up your obituary. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Cubs got 3 in the top of the first inning, helping out Sean Gallagher, the rookie right-hander. Here's the Astros Southwest starting lineup. He will face Michael Bourne, coming in at 196, but he does lead the National League with 19 steals. Matsui, Tejada, Berkman 2 through 4. Carlos Lee 5th, Jeff Blum 6th. It's Hunter Pence, who had the big night last night, hitting 7th. J.R. Toll struggling at $144, and Sean Chacon is 3 for 15.
Here's how the Cubs take the field defensively. Brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Micah Hoffpauir in left, Jim Edmonds in center, Kosuke Fukudome in right field, Ramirez and Terrio on the left side, DeRosa Lee on the right side. Soto once again catching tonight for Sean Gallagher.
So he gets early run support again tonight. Let's see if he can take advantage. 1 ball, no strikes. Michael Bourne. Gallagher just 22 years old. Pops a strike at 94 on the outer half. Working quickly. Outside corner again. 1-2.
It was a hard breaking ball that time. We talked in the open about that big slow curveball that he was using for strike 1, especially the left-handed hitters. That one was clocking in the high 60s, low 70s.
Terrio gets it. Does he have time? No. Now with Michael Bourne running. Good effort by Terrio, but Bourne is on with a leadoff single.
Now once Terrio has to go that far to his left to make the play, very little chance of getting Bourne over there at first base. Nice effort to no avail. He actually caught that ball behind him. It looked like it was headed for center field. He was able to corral it, but just couldn't get enough on that throw to first base.
Here's Kazuo Matsui. 1 for 1 against Gallagher, who makes his first career start against the Astros. He did throw an inning in relief last year. Here on August 8th, gave up a hit, no runs. Throw to first. He'll probably check on Bourne a couple of times, unless Bourne goes on the first pitch. He is 19 out of 22 in the stolen base department.
And he has the green light pretty much all the time. He'll get a don't run sign occasionally from the bench, but he's got the liberty to take a bag whenever he thinks he can get a jump.
And considering how infrequently he's been on base, he's probably even extra anxious to take off. Not running. Outside, ball 2. Easy to be distracted by a guy like Bourne if you're a pitcher. But Gallagher can go right at the hitters, and he better concentrate with Tejada, Berkman, and Lee coming up, and the Cubs leading 3-0. Two and 1.
Well, so far Sean's been right around 1.3 seconds in his delivery to home plate, which is acceptable. That'll give Giovanni Soto a chance at least to throw out Michael Bourne at second base. Of course, on an off-speed pitch, that will make that time go a little bit higher and make it tougher for Gio to throw him out at second.
Well, Matsui's not in a hurry to swing the bat, and he's worked a 3-1 count. Bourne runs, and it's popped up in foul ground. Bourne heading back as it's foul out of play. And he'll probably go on the 3-2 pitch as well.
Well, for a lot of teams, that's a standard run count. 3-1, 3-2. Regardless of the number of outs in an inning, you're going to start that runner over there at first base, put it on the batter to protect him.
Bourne goes again, and another foul.
You see Matsui wiping the sweat off his brow. Even though this building is air conditioned, when you get 30,000 plus fans in here, it tends to get a little muggy down there at field level.
Yeah, really warm in the Cubs dugout. We saw Lou perspiring last night. Another 3-2 runner goes, another foul. We'll do it yet again.
Okay, Lynn, I don't know if Giovanni Soto will throw out Michael Bourne should Matsui take a called third or swing through a third strike. But he's getting himself in a good throwing position before that ball is even halfway to home plate. He'd already turned his shoulders, gotten his body into a position so as soon as he receives the ball, he's ready to deliver it to second base.
Bourne runs, ball 4. This is not what Sean Gallagher wanted to do with the 3, 4, 5 hitters coming up. First 2 have reached. So it's Miguel Tejada, who picked up his 1,800th career hit last night with a double. That started that 4-run fourth. Full slate of action around baseball. We'll keep you posted tonight. One final already from the National League. The Giants beat the Rockies 3-2 in 10 innings. And in the American League, Oakland over Tampa Bay 9-1. A-Rod with a home run tonight for the Yankees, who lead at home against the Orioles 6-0 in the 4th. Here's a pitch to Tejada, drilled straightaway center. Edmonds made the catch. He almost overran it. Everybody had to hold. That ball was hit so hard. Well, it really took off, and it almost got past Edmonds.
Well, we've talked at length since Jim Edmonds came to the Cubs about how shallow he plays in center field. If he was playing at a normal depth where most center fielders play, I don't know if he gets to that ball right there. Your first reaction when you hear that ball come off the bat of Miguel Tejada is to freeze. That sinking line drive might have dropped in front of him. As it is, it almost got over his head.
Lance Berkman 1 for 3 with a walk and a run in game 2 after his 17-game hitting streak came to an end Monday. Big swing and a miss. Top hand came off the bat. That's how hard he swung at that pitch.
Last night, both hands came off the bat a couple of times. He about domed the on-deck hitter Carlos Lee twice with flying bats.
One ball, one strike. Berkman leads the major leagues in home runs, total bases, runs, extra base hits, and slugging. And he leads the National League in RBIs. He's second in hits, tied for second in multi-hit games, third in on-base percentage.
Other than that, he hasn't done much this year.
And if the season ended today, he might not be the MVP of the National League. It might be Chipper Jones. Called strike 3, and Berkman's out. So Gallagher freezes Berkman for the second out of the inning. Well, what a big confidence booster this would be to get Tejada, Berkman, and Lee.
Well, a good changeup. Not exactly where you like to throw that changeup, inside part of the plate and up a little bit, but the change in speed was enough to fool Berkman. He just couldn't pull the trigger.
Still not out of the woods. Berkman, by the way, has struck out now 6 times in this series. Well,
talked about Soriano, who admittedly said he has expanded his strike zone a little bit more than he was on that homestand. And I think you could say the same for Lance Berkman. We've seen him chase a lot of bad pitches, something he normally never does.
Well, once teams start to get the idea that you're hot and you're not going to beat them, they're going to expand that strike zone. And if you don't chase, they'll walk you. And when you're that hot, you probably don't want to walk. That's why this game has a way of evening things out. And it's probably why nobody ever hits 400 anymore.
And I think a certain amount of it is subconscious, too. I mean, we saw it in Chicago while Soriano was in his hot streak. I'm sure Berkman went through the same thing on their last road trip when he was red hot. When you have to talk about it every day before and after the game, eventually it gets into your head and you start thinking a little bit too much.
Lee got under it. Let's see if there's enough room. Ryan Theriot made the catch, I believe. He did. Got turned around a little bit near the barrier, but he made a very nice catch. And Sean Gallagher with 2 on gets Tejada, Berkman, and Lee. We call that a marble, just like Carlos the other night. Watch this catch. 3-0 Cubs.
Oakland with a big lead now late in the game. Maybe not the first offense game of the game.
Now, rookie,
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly to your favorite vacation destinations on Southwest Airlines for as little as $59 one way. Visit southwest.com today.
You are now free to move about the country.
How do you want to see the game? You want to be closer? Well, this is no ordinary ticket. This is your ticket to baseball heaven in high definition. Sharp Aqua's the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. And with a blazing 4-millisecond response time and a super fast refresh rate, there isn't a shot in the hole or a screamer down the line that won't singe the hair in your nostrils. It will change your baseball-loving life.
Aqua's LCD TV. Change your TV, change your life. Sharp.
Hurry in now for Toyota's Banner Sales Event with great deals on a huge selection of Toyotas. Lower your fuel costs with the new 2009 Corolla. Lease one today for just $179 a month or get 0% APR. The 2009 Matrix also gets great gas mileage and comes with 0% APR or lease for $199 a month. Or if you're in the market for a fuel-efficient SUV, drive home a RAV4 today. The Banner Sales Event ends soon, so hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Well, the Cubs got 3 in the top of the first. The Astros put the first 2 on in the home half of the inning, but Sean Gallagher got out of it. Got some help from his shortstop, and he overran a foul pop, but was able to balance and make the catch. So here's the 8-hitter who has an 11-game hitting streak. Mark DeRosa has tied his career best with the 11 straight games with a hit. His 10-game run streak did come to an end last night. He's hitting .462. You see 18 hits during the streak. Chacon trying to settle in after giving up 3. That's deep out toward right. Pence will have a play on the warning track. Well, with Soriano getting the night off and Derek Lee still in the lineup, Lou Piniella was asked if during his playing career he ever tried to talk a manager into letting him play when he was supposed to sit.
Well, I remember one time one manager told me I looked tired. I agreed with him. And 17 days later, I got back in the lineup. The guy that played for me was doing a heck of a job. Look, nobody can play 162 games anymore, and if they do, I think you're not going to get a very productive 162. So you take a little breather, get a little rest, give somebody on the bench a chance to play, and I promise I won't sit anybody 17 days.
I agree wholeheartedly with Lou Piniella and his sentiments right there. You guys may play 162 games over the course of a season, but there are going to be stretches where they're not helping your team win ball games. Although it may not appear like it on the surface, this can be a very physically demanding game when you play every day. Day games and night games and getaway days. And you just need to give some guys time off so they can recharge their batteries and give those guys on the bench an opportunity to get something going with the bat, so they're usable pieces if you need to call on them late in the game.
Terrio with a 2-out hit, and Lou has that luxury this year. He's had a very strong bench, and he'd like to find ways to get Ronnie Cedeno in the lineup, and we'll see Ronnie in there this coming weekend because the Pirates have 3 left-handed starters against the Cubs yet again, and Ronnie's had good success against a couple of those guys. You might see Kosuke get a day off against one of the lefties. Soriano, if you look at his career numbers and his games played numbers, he's usually in the mid 150s. Career high 159 games 2 years ago in Washington. Derek Lee played in 162 with Florida in 02. 155, 161, 158. Last year 150. Does 150, 152, something like that sound like a good number for even an Iron Man like Derek Lee?
That sounds about right, especially if you combine his off days with a scheduled off day, which is why I think Lou wanted to give him this ball game off to back it up with the off day tomorrow, make it 2 in a row, and then ideally come back fresh against the Pirates in Pittsburgh.
Well, Ramos has been up at 157 back in 06, 158 in 2001. Derek has started every game of the year, by the way, at first base.
And another factor that enters into it, Len, is how's the rest of the team doing? You know, if you feel like you've got 5 or 6 guys in the lineup who are really swinging the bat well, then it makes it a lot easier to give Derek Lee a night off or to give Giovanni Soto a night off, knowing full well that you've got several guys in the lineup who are capable of making up the slack.
They got him. Ryan did not slide when he went back. He stayed on his feet, and Ed Rapuano called him out. And while Ryan is arguing, Matt Sinatro is there. From up here, it certainly looked like they had him. So that's the 3rd out. We'll take a look at it when we come back. 3-0 Cubs.
Arby's is saving the world from ordinary fast food with our $5 flatbread melt combo. We pledge to spice up your life with our fajita beef and Philly beef flatbread melts at a price that won't break the bank. We pledge to thinly slice our oven-roasted beef, saute our peppers and onions, and serve it up on warm, soft flatbread. Get a $5 flatbread melt combo today, and you'll be saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Dames en heren, we gaan beginnen!
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Need a new grill? Lowe's has new lower prices all over the store. So come to Lowe's this Memorial Day weekend and save now on grills and patio sets. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Use your Lowe's consumer card and pay nothing for 12 months on any purchase of $299 or more.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Well, Ryan Terrio just got picked off first base to end the top half of the 2nd inning. And while he argued the call, Berkman got him.
Got him up on the thigh. You'll see the tag right there before Terrio can get his foot back on the bag. But just judging from his body language, it looked like Ryan had every intention of going back in head first, but then decided to try to stretch and get the foot on the bag. And Berkman with a quick tag, Chacon with a quick move, able to get him.
Chopped to first by Blum. That backed up Derek Lee. Gallagher over quickly to cover. 1 out. Wanted to add one other thing about our conversation regarding off days for your superstars. I think another thing that plays into it is your team's record. And if the Cubs can continue to play the way they played in the first month and a half, maybe build that 5, 6, 7 game lead, it does give you a little bit more breathing room and gives you the luxury of playing your bench a little more often. You're not always feeling like we have to win. I mean, you want to win every day, but the Cubs have a bench that we said the other night, you can put 2 or 3 of those guys in the lineup and you still give your team a good chance to win. There's not a sense of desperation every single night. I have to start Derek Lee. I think Lou feels that way, even though he has started Derek every day to this point.
And the idea is to start strong, stay strong, and finish strong. And if you're playing every day, chances are you can do 2 of the 3, but you're not going to finish strong. And although every game all season is important in the grand scheme of things, those games in the last month or month and a half of the season are the ones that you're really going to point to.
2 balls and a strike on Hunter Pence, the Menards big lumber stat. So big games from yesterday, big performances in the National League, including Pence, who not only hit the grand slam, but he hit a double later that landed on Tal's Hill. He has hit 2 out there in this series. 1 was caught Monday night by Jim Edmonds. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Gallagher's bounced back after giving up the infield hit and the walk to start the first inning.
Textbook 2-strike slider right there. Started on the outside corner at the knees, make it look like a pitch that a hitter has to protect against, and then sweep it right out of the strike zone.
Now the catcher J.R. Tolles, who comes in at just 144, swing and a miss. Gallagher with that hard breaking ball. And he's used it a lot and with a lot of success early on.
Just a show me fastball there in the 0-2 count. He had thrown 2 breaking balls in a row to Tolles, one to give him a fastball to gauge speed on, but put it in a location where he couldn't hit it.
Pulled on the ground, diving stop. Aramis Ramirez from his knees. Safe. Both hits by the Astros have been infield singles.
They got jammed badly on that breaking ball. Ramirez gets to it in good shape, tries to throw across from his knees on a hop to Derek Lee, just a tad late.
Chacon is 3 for 15. No extra base hits. In his career, 4 doubles and a home run. Swing and a miss. That was the slow curveball. 0-2. He hit the home run as a member of the Rockies back in 2003. Kosuke on the move, and he makes the catch. Nice running grab by Fukudome. He will lead off the 3rd when we come back. It's 3-0 Cubs.
Kawasaki Go Green sales event.
Get on the road today with the lowest payments of the year.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago.
If it's got a motor. That's our slogan here at Clinton Motor Works, and what's it mean? Well, we have one of the area's best selection of pre-owned cars, trucks, vans, SUVs. Oh yeah, and the cruising coolers. How great is that? A 13-mile-an-hour cooler to ride. Just another reason to stop in and see what's going on. Now let's talk warranty. We have the area's only lifetime engine warranty on most all the vehicles we sell. That's right, your engine blows, you get it fixed for free. That's why people do business with us. For your next great sales and finance experience, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motor Works.
If it's got a motor.
Have you seen the selection of trailers at the Trailer Depot in Clinton? The area's best kept secret, and the best prices on trailers are at the Trailer Depot. Buy new, buy used, or rent. Trailer Depot has any trailer you need. We even make repairs, sell parts, and get your vehicle ready to tow. Knowing what you're towing keeps us growing at Trailer Depot. Behind you on the road and ahead of the competition. 7th Avenue South in Clinton.
Next Monday is Memorial Day, May 26th. The Cubs will host the Dodgers at Wrigley Field. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 7,500 fans will receive a Cubs golf club cover. Compliments of Fisher Nuts. Well, Cecil Cooper was a little disappointed Monday. Felt like the Cubs fans cheered a little louder than the Astros fans, but he complimented the home fans last night. So there was a lot more energy for the home team.
And when one of your guys hits a grand slam, that will tend to raise the energy level a little bit in the ballpark.
Yeah, that helps. Here's Kosuke. He walked and scored in the first inning. Jumps on the first pitch. A lot of air underneath it. As Michael Bourne will make the play. Hey, Cub fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet on demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel 999 and look for Comcast Sportsnet and watch Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs games on demand, not available in all areas. Derek Lee hits a hard ground ball to Miguel Tejada. He throws him out. 2 quick outs.
Well, Ramos Ramirez almost forced to take until he gets a strike. 2 pitches, 2 outs. You hate to have that quick of an inning and send your pitcher back out to the mound without much opportunity to rest between innings. But we know Ramos doesn't like to take too many pitches. That's why ideally after a 1 pitch, 1 out, the second hitter in the lineup or the second hitter up in that inning is the guy to take until he gets a strike.
Well, Chacon threw just 8 in the second after 28 pitches in the first. Low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here he comes again. Bouncer foul. Sean Chacon was born in Anchorage, Alaska. One of only 3 Alaska-born pitchers to win a game in the major leagues. Kurt Schilling and Dave Williams are the other 2. Went to high school in Colorado. First player drafted by the Rockies directly out of a Colorado high school. He's from Greeley. Was an all-star with the Rocks in 2003. Won 11 games prior to the all-star break. Then did not win again. Went 0-4 when he came back. He had to be shut down on a sore elbow. And again in August, he strikes out Ramirez and goes 1-2-3 in the third. Cubs 3, Astros nothing.
Reach out and press here, and here, and here. Feel how better placement of controls leads to better focus on the road? If not, that's because there's only one place to experience the intuitive design of the RX, your Lexus dealer, where the sooner you test drive the RX, the sooner you'll know why nothing else feels quite like a Lexus. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab a beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Introducing AT&T Advanced TV. Get a wide selection of programming and more HD channels than cable.
Well,
not yet.
Is it time?
Not yet. There it is.
Well, started. Find out how to get a DVR with free installation and $50 cash back on qualifying AT&T Advanced TV plans.
You think anybody saw us?
Tomorrow, it's Welcome Back Carlton Fist Night as the Hall of Famer becomes a White Sox team ambassador. And Comcast Sportsnet has it covered, beginning with an appearance on Chicago Tribune Live and all the pregame festivities before the Sox take on the Indians. And I'll start tomorrow night at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey, fans, don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Dodgers on Tuesday, May 27th. Game time is 6:05, but as always, be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive an exclusive limited edition Kosuke Fukudome bobblehead doll, compliments of Pepsi.
Kosuke and the Cubs leading the Astros 3-0. And Gallagher will go through the Astros order for the second time. Gave up 2 hits the first time through. They both were infield hits. One by Bourne, the other by the catcher Tolles. A wind and the pitch. Curve for a strike. Happy 14th birthday to big Cub fan Mike Prasnowski. We also want to send out happy birthday greetings to our good friend Joe Kwasny, who works security at Wrigley Field. He'll celebrate his birthday tomorrow. He's a little older than 14.
Let's just leave it at that.
The next one is downstairs, and he's worked a full count 3-2 with Kaz Matsui on deck. A payoff pitch, line to right. Kosuke plays it on a bounce. Bourne's 2 for 2.
I've mentioned in the first 2 games of this series, normally you would like Michael Bourne to hit the ball in the air, but tonight he's hit 2 line drives right on the button. Elevate that ball just a little bit more, and that line drive turns into a lazy fly ball.
Matsui, the switch hitter, hitting left-handed. He walked in the first inning. Bourne runs, and he went on a breaking ball and was able to get in. Soto has a better shot if it's a fastball. That curveball at 75 miles an hour, and Bourne was able to take advantage.
It's a helpless feeling as a catcher when you hear your teammates shout, "There he goes." You know that runner's on the move, and there's nothing you can do. You just have to sit back there and wait for that slow breaking ball to get to you. You reach up there too soon to try to get the pitch, and Matsui swings at it. You run the risk of a catcher's interference, and Matsui would be on, and the Astros would have it cooking.
Now 2-1. Talked about the weight loss for Sean. Also 40 pounds. There's a little blooper. Base hit in the center. Bourne had to hold up to make sure it got through, and almost a carbon copy of the first inning. Although this time they're at first and third with nobody out. So can Sean Gallagher do it again? Get Tejada, Berkman, and Lee with no runs.
Well, he's got to be a little bit concerned about Matsui stealing second base as well. 10 out of 11 on the season, but his attention should be on Miguel Tejada at the plate right now. You make a mistake to Tejada, it'd be a tie ball game in a hurry.
You see the on base percentage. Hasn't walked a whole lot, even though he is hitting .340. Fastball strike. Tejada's walked just 8 times and 188 at bats. But when you're hitting .340, you don't complain about it. Got a nice note from Kate Stoll. Wanted us to say hi to Dick Stoll in Elgin, Illinois, recovering from heart surgery. Kate said, say hi to my mom too. So hi to mom from Kate. Two strikes. A little piece of Giovanni Soto.
It looks like he was reaching across his body there to receive that outside pitch. Tejada went ahead and swung at it. Might have caught Gio on the side somewhere around that chest protector. Sometimes you get in a position out there when you don't expect that batter to swing at a pitch, and he does, and you leave some exposed body parts out there.
I would say he got jammed on that pitch just a little bit.
Now watch as Gio reaches across to receive this outside pitch, and that ball gets him up underneath the armpit. It was well out of the strike zone. I'm sure Gio just assumed that Tejada would take it, but he didn't.
Another 0-2. Comebacker off the leg, I believe, of Gallagher. It's going to kick into right. The Astros get on the board. Also, Matsui is going to end up at third base. Looks like Gallagher's all right. Maybe slightly limping, and Mark O'Neill, the Cubs head athletic trainer, is going to come out to check on him along with Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach. That ball was hit very hard. Tejada picks up his 35th RBI, and it's now 3-1.
Take another look at this comebacker. Looked like it got him on the outside of the right knee, and unfortunately ricocheted through the hole vacated when Mark DeRosa was breaking to cover second base. I'm sure they'll probably give him a couple of warm-up pitches here just to make sure that that right knee or right leg is okay. Appeared to be walking all right. Didn't see any sign of a limp as he went back to the mound.
Still nobody out. 3 straight hits to start the third for the Astros. Berkman, the hitter, coming up. He was caught looking on strikes his first time, and Gallagher says, I'm all right. Well, by the end of last year, Sean Gallagher was up to 250 pounds. We talked to Kerry Wood about his diet. Kerry does the Sun Fair diet program. A lot of organic food, a lot of portion control, as you would imagine. No trans fats. Giovanni Soto's been doing it. Sean Gallagher tried it, and he's down to 210. Says he feels great, has a lot of energy. Says it feels better to look in the mirror every day. Soto was going to fire down to first, but the ball got out of his glove. Tejada ended up getting dirty as he headed back. They give Gallagher a lot of credit, Bob. He's 22 years old. Not a lot of 22-year-old kids, we'll call them, are really too concerned about their diet.
No, it's like a blast furnace. Just throw some calories in there.
The 0-1 pitch. And Berkman's down again, 0-2.
Now, he did admit to having an ice cream bar to celebrate his first victory in the major leagues, but he did some extra cardio the next day to work it off.
He talked about when he used to go out to eat and how much he would eat. Swing and a miss. Berkman strikes out for the second time. He said, you can't believe how much I used to eat. He said it just wasn't healthy. And any diet worth its weight, no pun intended, is one that involves eating less. That generally works pretty well. Any diet that involves you eating more than you normally eat, my guess is it's not going to last that long. Carlos Lee fouls off to the right.
He's had to dodge everything conceivable on the field throughout the course of this series. A couple of knockdown pitches on Monday, and I mean, they came to eat. 2 fastballs right up under his chin, and then last night with Lance Berkman at the plate, he had to dodge the bat twice. Well, if somebody throws a glove at him, that'll be the trifecta.
Pop foul over our heads into the upper deck. Gallagher would love to dial up a double play ball here and get out of this inning with only 1 run allowed. The kick and the pitch, not going to happen. Astros lead 4-3 as Carlos Lee just took him up and out. Over the Crawford boxes and left. For El Caballo, that is his 10th home run of the year.
Belvedere home run replay. Man, oh man. That cement mixer slider right up in the eyes of Carlos Lee. He's played enough games in this ballpark to know that an elevated off-speed pitch is going to end up in the Crawford boxes.
Plum grounds out. Not every hitter is going to hit a home run on a pitch that high, but Carlos Lee's probably not going to miss it too often. So just like that, it's 4-3 Astros. A 1-0 pitch on the way to Pence is low on a heater that time. 2-0. Well, Sean just playing with fire. One too many times. He was able to get out of the first inning after allowing the first 2 to reach, but not here in the third. He has also struck out Lance Berkman twice, but the guy behind him bit him.
You don't know how much effect that ground ball that hit him on the outside of the right knee had. I mean, you know, we just move along. We figure he's okay. He's still out there pitching, but it may be affecting the way he's pushing off that rubber.
Terrio knew he didn't have a lot of time as Pence really gets out of the box quickly, but he threw him out. Tejada with an RBI single, and then later on that hanging breaking ball, Lee took it out, gives the Astros a 4-3 lead.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly to your favorite vacation destinations on Southwest Airlines for as little as $59 one way. Visit southwest.com today.
You are now free to move about the country.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Nothing compares to BMW Ultimate Service. Just ask the drivers of other luxury brands.
Oh, these aren't BMW keys. Will that be a problem? Yes.
They can pay thousands a year for their service.
Only BMWs, miss.
With BMW, you pay nothing.
You are?
Wow. Look at all the zeros.
BMW Ultimate Service, above and beyond any warranty.
Take advantage of special lease and finance rates available.
Friday, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs travel to the City of Steel for a division face-off against Jason Bay and the Pittsburgh Pirates in HD, followed by Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Cubs Pirates in HD, Friday at 6 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for tonight's Aflac trivia question. On this date in 1991, Cubs manager Don Zimmer was fired and replaced by whom? Can you believe that was 17 years ago? Michael Hoffpauir swings and misses. Sean Chacon looking for his first win of the year. And he now has a 4-3 advantage. Brandon Webb is kind of the opposite of Chacon. Chacon without a decision in his first 9 starts. Brandon Webb has a decision in all of his, all wins. Popped up by Hoffpauir. And it'll be caught by Pence. So Webb tonight looks for his 10th straight win to start the season. And he's still in there, but he's trailing at Florida 3-1. They're in the bottom of the 7th. If he's able to get the win, if his team can come back tonight, he would become just the 2nd pitcher to win his first 10 starts of a season since divisional play began back in 1969. Andy Hawkins with San Diego in 1985 won his first 10. Well, Chacon now missing some bats. He has really settled down after the first inning. Gave up a 2-out single in the 2nd, but he picked off Ryan Theriot. But that's been it since the 3-run first. This is his first start against the Cubs since September 7th, 2006. 5 career starts against the Cubs, 1-3 record and an 8.31 ERA as he strikes out Soto.
Chacon starting to find a better feel for that breaking ball. Starts that one over the heart of the dish, breaks it down low and away from Gio.
Chacon has faced the Cubs 10 times as a relief pitcher. How about a haircut tonight? I guess they do that once every homestand with the money going to charity.
Just a trim.
I would just hate if a ball came out that way, like a home run ball, that somebody makes a mistake. That's deep to left, and it's Carlos Lee. He's going to leap, and he caught it. Jim Edmonds giving it a ride to left. And Lee able to make the leaping catch right in front of the out-of-town board for out number 3. It's been all Carlos Lee both ways tonight. So Edmonds was trying for extra bases, but Lee went up to get it. Still 4-3.
Everything okay, Carl?
Of
right?
Yeah, but the other drivers think Aflac sponsorship's giving you an advantage.
Well, if you're sick and you can't work, Aflac pays cash fast to help keep you in the race.
I know, but they see it a little differently.
I taught him that.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 la. It's love. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 la, and I want you. I want you every single day, and I need you. I need you every single way, and it's love. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 la. It's love. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 la. It's love. It's love. It's love. It's la 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 la. It's you. La 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 la. It's love.
Time to get the answer to tonight's Aflac trivia question. On this date in 1991, Don Zimmer was fired by the Cubs and replaced by
Aflac.
Jim Essien. Under Jim Essien, the Cubs went 59 and 63 in 1991. That's a strike on Tolles. I think it was a called strike. No, I'm not sure. I think Tolles was asking Joe West, did I pull the bat back in time or not? At any rate, 0-1.
Looked like he got the bat back in time, and it also looked like a good pitch down at the bottom of the strike zone. Well, we talked about Tolles in the ball game last night. 4 home runs on the season. They all came in the first 10 or 12 days of the season. Really falling on hard times with the bat, but still doing a great job defensively behind the plate for Cecil Cooper.
Joe Altobelli also managed the Cubs for 1 game in that 1991 season. It was a loss. We saw Don Zimmer up on a rooftop during the last homestand. Cubs were 18 and 19 to start that 91 season. And he was relieved of his duties. He was 60 that year. Swing and a miss. Tolles strikes out as we start the 4th. Let's see. We were talking about Zim, wondering how old he is. He was born in January of 1931, so he would be 77.
A very spry 77.
Zim had 1 winning season as a manager of the Cubs. That was the division championship season of 1989. They went 93 and 69.
Well, Len, I know how much you like to watch Lou manage a ball club because he's not afraid to take chances. He's not afraid to think outside the box a little bit. You'd have loved Don Zimmer. Well, Don Zimmer would start the runners with the bases loaded and Grace at the plate because he knew Mark Grace was either going to make contact or take ball 4. Big proponent of the squeeze bunt, the element of surprise. Just always seemed to have a knack for knowing when the other team wasn't expecting it.
And that ability to take risks, I think, comes from mainly experience. You have to be obviously very smart to follow your gut, but you also need to go through a lot of different experiences. As Hoffpauir makes a catch and Chacon is out, and also not be too concerned, especially today, about second guessing, which is part of the game and part of how it works. And even if you don't read blogs, You have enough people around you who will tell you when people are second guessing it. But Lou doesn't care about that. Apparently neither did Don Zimmer.
Well, I know I always enjoyed playing for Roger Craig, and Don Zimmer was on Roger's staff out there in San Francisco. Very similar style of managers. They like to squeeze, they like to hit and run, they like to put pressure on the opposition. And I know as a player, I always felt like you better pay attention because you never know what might happen.
Michael Bourne is now 3 for 3. Came in at just 196, but he's had a huge night. He's on his way to third base. That's an easy triple, and if Kosuke had any problems at all in the right field corner, either picking it up or with the throw to DeRosa, Bourne would have scored.
Boy, puts this one right down the first baseline. Another hanging breaking ball up there around the letters from Sean Gallagher. That's a similar location to the ball that Carlos Lee hit out of here to left field. That one right down the chalk stripe. Fukudome lets it roll all the way to the wall before retreating to pick it up. If he tries to field it up against that side wall and misses, that's when you possibly could see it inside the Parker.
That's deep to right. Kosuke able to make the catch. Kind of twisting and turning as that ball was struck well by Matsui. The top of their order has been very good tonight. No runs, threatening outside. It's 4-3.
Prepare yourself for an event so big we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
Creative Machining Technologies, machine components built for high performance. We recently celebrated being awarded the prestigious ISO 9001-2000 certification, which is only given to companies that provide the highest quality work for their customers. Our skilled machinists use the latest technology and precision equipment to create machine components for the agricultural, petrochemical, wind, trucking, energy, earth-moving, and automotive industries. Creative Machining Technologies, manufacturing products for the world.
What would you pay?
What would you pay to have me want to play outside?
To work and play at the same time. What would you pay?
To have your dad eat your dust.
To take control.
For better stories to tell on Monday morning.
What would you pay for the quality, reliability, and value of a Honda? Right now, you'll pay less with low financing and other great deals at the Good to Go sales event. Now at your Honda dealer.
Hawkeye Motor works, so you can play right on.
Sports Night, every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work, and by the Toyota Tundra. Visit ytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
Well, Sean Chacon has gotten better as the night has gone on, and the Astros seem to be hitting the ball harder against Sean Gallagher each inning. But it's just a one-run game, 4-3 Houston as we begin the fifth. 1-0 on the 8-hitter DeRosa. Gallagher on deck, swing and a miss at a slider. As a Rocky in 2004, Chacon jumped into the closer role. He saved 35 in 44 opportunities. But he also went 1-9 with a 7.11 earned run average. That was by far the highest season ERA for a pitcher with that many saves. Became the third hurler in history to rack up 30 saves in a season after entering that year with no big league relief appearances. Billy Koch in 1999 and Kaz Sasaki in 2000 preceded him. Full count. Cubs scored all their runs in the first inning. 2 on a home run by Derek Lee, and then later a Giovanni Soto RBI double, swing and a miss.
Chacon apparently disguising that slider very well to Mark DeRosa. He swung at the same pitch 3 times in that sequence, all 3 times sliders off the plate away. Sometimes it isn't so much the break on the pitch or the change in velocity. It's just you don't pick it up well out of the pitcher's hand. Your hitters talk about that all the time. I'm not seeing the ball well. That means they're not seeing it quickly out of the pitcher's hand. They're not picking up the rotation on the ball, and that will cause you to chase some of those bad breakers out of the zone.
A 1-1 offering. Now 1-2. Great to hear that Rick Sutcliffe, our good friend, is back in the broadcast booth tonight, working the game in Atlanta. First game since being diagnosed with colon cancer in spring training. He has surgery coming up in the middle of June, but hopefully we'll see Sut back at a Cubs game here soon. Doug Davis will return to the mound on Friday in Atlanta for the Diamondbacks after thyroid cancer surgery on April 10th. The 2-2 outside. He's run it full on the pitcher. Ryan Terrio's on deck.
The Diamondbacks are going to have a log jam in that starting rotation. Youngster Matt Scherzer, who came up from the minor leagues to fill a spot in the rotation, has pitched well. He hasn't won a lot, but he's pitched extremely well.
Yeah, I feel bad for them.
Yeah,
having to figure that out. Too many pitchers.
Nice problem to have.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 4th punch out already for Chacon. They've all been over the last 6 hitters. Watch the Cubs take on the Dodgers Wednesday, May 28th at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get a Ron Santo number 10 Cubs cap. Compliments of Promo Works. I'm looking forward to that one. Hey, Ron.
Tie his hands behind his back, he couldn't talk. Ronnie very expressive with his hands when he's talking, whether it's on the radio or in the hotel lobby or on the planes.
Good to see Corey Provis has a seat. Pat Hughes let him sit down for an inning. Matt Bolt's in the background, the fine producer and engineer. It's worked into his contract, but whenever we show Matt Bolts, we say fine producer and engineer. Another 1-2-3 inning for Sean Chacon. Still 4-3 Astros.
I see skies of blue.
Some people feel it knowing they're covered wherever they go. Others experience it through the joy of exertion. While some find it in the support of people who care. It's wellness. And at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, yours means the world to us. Because when it all comes together, we want to give you the freedom to experience wellness everywhere.
What a wonderful world.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 GMC Acadia for around $349 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Comcast Sportsnet Studios. It's a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher here with you. Bulls GM John Paxson confirmed the obvious today, saying that the team will only look at Derrick Rose or Michael Beasley for next month's NBA draft. The Bulls hold the first pick after winning the draft lottery last night, and we'll hear from Paxson on Sports Night later tonight. But now let's get you back to Houston with Len and Bob.
Thank you, Gail. It's 4-3 Astros. This is the rubber game. We mentioned earlier that on the pregame show, the Cubs' longest losing streak this year is just 2 games. So they're not used to losing more than 1, and danger tonight, although still early and a long way to go.
A long way to go. Sean Chacon has made some mistakes in this ball game, and the Cubs hitters on occasion have allowed him to get away with them. Sean Gallagher, on the other hand, has made a couple of mistakes, and the Astros have made him pay.
Always like to win on getaway day, especially with an off day tomorrow. No matter what happens tonight, the Cubs will start their series in first place on Friday. The 2-1 pitch. Now 2-2. Tejada ranks 4th all-time among players who played primarily shortstop, with 263 career homers. Leads all shortstops this year with now 35 RBIs, 65 hits. And a 3-2 on the way is hit high in the air, sending Fukudome over near the barrier. It's out of play. Speaking of home runs in specific positions, Mike Piazza has officially retired, the all-time home run leader among catchers, 396 home runs as a catcher, 427 career home runs overall, a 308 batting average. Never known for his defense, but he was one of the best offensive players of his era. Nice play by Derek Lee on the short hop. Gets it to Gallagher, 1 out. And we've talked about Mike Piazza before. He worked very hard at becoming a good defensive catcher. You know, big guy, and you give him credit for at least working on it. And he took a lot of pride in his work behind the plate.
He wanted to be a catcher. It would have been very easy early in his career to move him to first base or outfield. I mean, he had a decent arm. It was just, as you said, he was a big guy behind the plate. It took him a while to get into position to throw to second base, and opposing teams were able to take advantage of that from time to time, but more often than not, he made up for it with his bat.
It's hard to think of too many guys, maybe in the history of the game, who had better right center field power than Mike Piazza.
He hit the ball the opposite way, like a left-handed pull hitter does.
Berkman gets hit. Gallagher didn't do that on purpose. Now with Carlos Lee coming up, he had already struck out Berkman twice.
You know, Berkman had struck out 4 at-bats in a row going back to his last 2 last night. That's a Tony Roma fastball right in the ribs. That's going to leave a mark.
Lee with a go-ahead 3-run homer in the 3rd inning. We're now in the 5th, a runner on, 1 out. The other thing about Mike Piazza, he was a 62nd round pick in 1988. And from the 62nd round, and probably he'll become a Hall of Famer.
It was more a favor to his godfather, Tommy Lasorda, than anything else that they even drafted Mike Piazza. I know most fans are probably familiar with the stories of how he turned himself into a good hitter. Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, instead of out partying with his friends, he was in the batting cage swinging.
I'll tell you, Lance Berkman got the greatest jump in Major League history. He was halfway to second base before Gallagher even threw the pitch. Look at that jump.
That's just smart base running right there. That's his 9th stolen base on the season. He's 9 out of 10 this year. A lot of pitchers just take it for granted that big guy, first baseman, big slugger, he's not going to go anywhere. And if you don't break up your rhythm to home plate, he'll do exactly what he did right there to Sean Gallagher.
Sean's 2-1. Derek Lee over. He has it. Leaning up against the railing. It brings up Blum with 2 outs. Well, I saw you perusing the Major League Baseball news release. MLB. The headline reads, Major League Baseball focuses on pace of game efforts. It says, following a discussion on pace of game at last week's owners meetings in Milwaukee, MLB today held a series of conference calls with each club's field manager, general manager, and in-game entertainment staff, and with umpire crew chiefs. So umpires will now be more vigilant in the enforcement of matters pertaining to the improvement of pace of game efforts. We've heard about all the things in here. There's nothing really new. But umpires now will be asked to actively call the batter to approach home plate from the on-deck circle and enter the batter's box. Not grant time to a batter who asks for time once the pitcher has begun his delivery. Warn a batter who's lingering outside the batter's box to return to the box.
And as you said, these are already rules that are on the board. Players know about it, managers, GMs. Everybody knows about it, but apparently there have been enough instances in the early going this season that have delayed the game somewhat that MLB just wants to point out to everybody what the rules are and that they will be enforced.
Not just the hitter. Umpires have been asked to actively encourage the pitcher to take his position on the rubber, warn a pitcher for his first violation of the 12-second time limit, and then issue a ball for each subsequent violation.
Of course, if it's a nationally televised game, don't worry about it. We'll let you take all the time you want between innings.
Shot in the goal. They're going to make up conferences on the mound a little bit more quickly. And you're telling me they've encouraged the PA announcers to announce the first batter of the half inning.
Yeah, apparently they have been given guidelines when to announce the leadoff hitter of the following inning, and I think it's 1 minute and 40 seconds after the announcement or after the last out of the inning is made. The PA announcer is supposed to announce the leadoff hitter for the next half inning, and if they don't do it quickly enough, they've been reprimanded, and in some instances fined.
But he had a timer right in front of him. Pulled in the right, a base hit. Berkman's going to be sent by Ed Romero, the third base coach. Might be a play there. No, there isn't. As Berkman gets in, Kosuke made a nice throw, but it was a little bit late, and it's now 5-3. On the throw, Blum was able to move into scoring position. And that's going to be it for Gallagher.
Well, you hope this doesn't turn out to be a big run in the ball game, basically because Sean Gallagher's lack of focus. He forgot about Lance Berkman at first base, allowed him to steal second without a play, and he ends up scoring on a clean base hit to right field.
Time for the Heineken call to the pen. Right-hander Michael Wirtz replaces Gallagher. 5-3 Houston.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $4,500 cash back on most Silverados. With the best available V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days. See your local Chevy dealer today.
We have a code blue. Code what? Code blue. Code blue. Code blue. Code blue.
Divide by the total sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code blue. Code blue.
The cold activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Oh, what?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Feldco's annual door sale opens up beautiful new possibilities. But hurry, offer ends May 31st.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Michael Wirtz is in. Runner at second, a run in. 5-3 Houston as he faces Hunter Pence. They're just crushing the cotton candy.
Well, with the humidity here tonight, you better eat that stuff fast. It'll melt all over the place.
Michael came on Monday night in the 8th inning and allowed 2 base hits before coming out.
Yeah, Sean Gallagher upset with his performance tonight. Gave up 8 base hits in 4 2/3.
Not closed on him yet. With Blum at second. That one rattled around at the feet of Soto. Well, the top of the order did him in tonight, Bob. Bourne and Matsui combined to get on base 5 times against Gallagher, and that's a recipe for disaster for any opposing pitcher against this lineup.
Yeah, especially when you make a big mistake to Carlos Lee the way Gallagher did tonight. That hanging slider that ended up deep into the Crawford boxes in left field after those guys at the top of the order got on base.
I think Gio's going to enjoy the off day tomorrow. He took another one. I don't think it hit the shin guard. Oh, right in the back of that right foot.
A common problem that a catcher has when you're catching as much as Giovanni Soto has in the early going this year, you start to get the heavy legs. Yes, just can't seem to bounce back as quickly as you're able to early in spring training and even the early going the season. I found that the old slush bath works wonderfully. Stand in a whirlpool bath full of slush, and as long as you can possibly stand it, it's a very painful process. But once you get out of the slush bath, you feel that blood come rushing back into your leg muscles, and it seems to rejuvenate them somewhat.
Wirtz walks Pence. He'll now face a catcher, Tolles. Well, Lou has not revealed his plans with Sean Gallagher, and really why should he? He has said that he would ideally like another lefty in the rotation, but Sean Gallagher pitched really well in his last start. That's why he was able to get this one tonight. And there will no doubt be questions asked about whether Gallagher will make his next start. The Cubs don't have to make any quick decisions on it. Kevin Hart and Sean Marshall could be ready here soon to come back. Rich Hill still a ways away. He's on the 7-day disabled list with a back injury in AAA. So we'll see. And without asking, this is just pure speculation, Bob, but considering how John Lever has fared in the bullpen, I'm guessing that's right where he's going to stay for the time being. He struggled in his one start at Cincinnati. 2-1. Low and outside, 3-1.
Michael Wirtz just being a little too fine with that slider to J.R. Tolles. We've seen in the first 2 games and the early part of this game that Tolles will chase that slider if it's anywhere close to the plate.
The pitcher is on deck. And there's ball 4. Rothschild had to hand the phone to the bench coach Alan Trammell because he's going to head out to the mound.
I'll tell you, you look at a lot of at-bats over the course of a ball game when a game is over, and this should have happened, that should have happened, this could have happened. That should have been an easy at-bat for Michael Wirtz right there against J.R. Tolles. I'm not picking on the young kid, but it's a fact that he struggles with breaking balls, and that's Michael Wirtz's specialty. That should have been an automatic out right there. Cubs out of the inning. Chacon leading off the next inning for the Astros. Now the lineup's going to roll around regardless of what Chacon does in this at bat.
Scott Air getting ready for a potential matchup with Michael Bourne, who has 3 hits tonight. It's his first 3-hit game of the year. Bases loaded. Fastball, strike.
I heard Ryan Dempster talking about it the other day. Inning management. I think that's a very key term for a pitcher. You look at the guys that you're going to face in the next inning, and on some occasions there's guys you do not want to give in to. Lance Berkman coming into this series was so red hot that you assumed he would be the guy the Cubs didn't want to pitch to if they could avoid it at all costs. Well, who's after him? Well, Carlos Lee's after him. Well, I've had good success against Carlos Lee in the past. I know how to go after him. Just a little bit of a game plan. Every time you step out of that dugout to face that opposing team, you have to know who's coming up in that inning, where are the likely hot spots, and where are the easy outs in the inning. And Michael Wirtz let one get away with J.R. Tolles.
He's trying to put away Chacon. The kick and the pitch. Dribbled foul. Yeah, Ryan was not as upset about the grand slam. Depends as he was about everything that happened up to that point. There you see the runners. Malone at third, Pence at second, Tolles at first. And the next 1-2, he struck him out. So Wirtz came on, walked the first 2, but then struck out Chacon to get out of it. They did get a run off Gallagher. It's now 5-3 Astros.
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $2,000 cash back on many Cobalts in stock. With an EPA estimated 33 miles per gallon on the highway. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Get the tools that professionals use at Menards. All Allen hand tools are now 15% off. Ratchet, sockets, and wrenches are perfect for the weekend handyman or the professional mechanic. All on sale. Keep your yard looking neat with this 14-inch electric string trimmer from Remington. It has a rotating handle for quick and easy edging, $34.99. This cordless chainsaw from Remington features an 18-volt battery that provides up to 150 1.5-inch cuts per charge, only $89.99.
Save big money at Menards.
Here's an all-around great deal from Firestone. Buy 4 of these, get $50 toward any of these. Just buy a set of select Firestone tires and get a gift card from the Home Depot worth $50 for a limited time, only at your Firestone retailer.
Hi there, Mark and Pat standing by. Coming up tonight on Land Rover Sports on is John Paxson giving away any hints as to who he'll take in the draft.
Plus, Cedric Benson discusses his recent arrest in Austin, Texas. We'll see you after Cubs postgame live.
Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live, John Paxson reacts to the #1 draft pick for the Bulls. Plus a full recap of the Cubs and White Sox contests. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Kosuke Fukudome looks at strike one. We are in the 6th. Bob Brentley, Len Casper, and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from Minute Maid Park in Houston. Well, it's been 2 different games for Sean Chacon. You had the first inning when he was on the ropes, took some body blows, and then since then he has been in total command. It's a final from Pittsburgh. The Brewers beat the Pirates for the 2nd straight night. 4-1 the final. Ben Sheets improved to 5-1. He went the distance. An 11-hitter. Liner caught by Tejada. Ian Snell took the loss. He's now 2-3. So Milwaukee over the last 2 days, they've gone from last to 4th. They've jumped up a couple of spots.
Let's see what effect that complete game has on Ben Sheets. Remember, he threw a complete game very early this season and suffered for it. To miss a spot in the rotation. What'd you say? Gave up 11 hits?
11 hits, no walks.
Does it say the number of pitches there?
I can find that very easily.
Not that that's always a great indicator of how hard a guy worked in the ball game, but you have to believe with 11 base hits, he had some high stress innings.
High deep drive to right. Pence took a look back near the fence. He won't have to get that far back. Garrett just missed. 2 outs. .123. 85 were strikes. Ben Sheets with a 2.92 earned run average.
You know, we've been saying it for years. When healthy, he's one of the best in the game. It's just been a problem keeping him healthy throughout the course of an entire season.
Over in the AL, looks like the Tigers bats are finally heating up. 9-4 the final over Seattle after winning 12-8 last night. They're still 8 games under 500 at 19-27. Swing and the miss. 1-2. Ramirez came in 10 for 17 versus Sean Chacon. He's 0 for 2 tonight. And down 1-2 in this at bat.
Yeah, I've only seen the Tigers play a few times this year, but it looks to me like the gloves is what they need to have heat up. They've made 33 errors already this season, and some of them have just been inexcusable errors. 2 veteran players standing side by side, letting foul pop-ups drop between them. Well, that puts so much extra strain on your pitching staff. We've seen it with Cubs teams in the past. The inability to turn a double play extends the inning, forces that pitcher to throw a few more pitches. But you just have to believe the Tigers, with all the firepower they have in that offense, they'll figure it out.
Carlos Lee and Michael Bourne getting together. It's Lee to make the catch. Saying, I got this one, Michael. Well, the Cubs haven't done anything against Chacon since the first. 5-3 Astros.
Dames en heren, we gaan beginnen!
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Thursday on Chicago Tribune Live, Hall of Famer Carlton Fisk joins us from U.S. Cellular Field. He prepares to reunite with his old team for a special night in his honor. Plus, Matt Alexander previews the Indy 500. All that and more Thursday at 5:30.
Our eyes meet across the floor. We don't have to say much more. Let's take a chance on it. Say you'll be mine till spring.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
The Cubs entertain the Rockies on Thursday, May 29th at 7:05. The first 20,000 fans will receive a scratch and win card. 500 random winners will receive an autographed Carlos Zambrano baseball compliments of Bank of America. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. Left-hander Scott Air now working for the Cubs. By the way, Carlos dealt with a little neck stiffness in his last start. I guess he slept kind of awkwardly the night before, but he's fine. Had a great bullpen session yesterday. I guess it was the best throw day he's had all year, and he is scheduled to start on Friday. So the Cubs are not concerned about their ace. They might be concerned about Michael Bourne, however. He has already gotten on 3 times. Bourne able to check his swing. We'll be with you Friday night, 6 o'clock Central Time from PNC Park. Carlos Zambrano and Zach Duke.
A little more of a challenge for Bourne this time around, facing a left-hander. 37 at bats this season. He's punched out 10 times against lefties, batting .189.
Our matchup on Friday will be a rematch. Both Duke and Zambrano got no decisions on Saturday in the Pirates' 7-6 win. Air works from the stretch with nobody on base. And the 2-1 pitch. Bourne thought about a bunt. Pulled it back in time. 3-1. Matsui on deck. He has a walk and a single and has scored a run. The other at bat, he made an out. Lined hard to right. It was off from the left side. Matsui getting ready to hit right-handed. Swing and the miss. 3-2. John Lieber is ready in the Cubs pen.
I think this is one of those situations where John Lieber will, what they call, pitch along with the inning. If Michael Bourne is retired, he may slow down a little bit out there. Scott Air would then face Matsui. If he retires Matsui, probably have an opportunity to face Tejada, but if either of the first two guys get on base, we may see John Lieber to face Tejada in that 3 spot.
3-2 pitch, swing and the miss, strike 3.
Well, Len, I think I figured out how we got the expression Manny being Manny, talking about Manny Ramirez from the Red Sox. As you get another look at strike 3. On this date in baseball history, back in 1930, Babe Ruth against Philadelphia hit 3 consecutive home runs. And when his at-bat came in the 9th inning, he decided to go to the plate right-handed. Fell behind in the count 0-2, immediately switched over to the left side of the plate, ultimately struck out. It was a ball game that the Yankees lost big 15-7, but that sounds like Babe being Babe. You know?
I like that. Well, you never know. Maybe we'll see Carlos Zambrano grab his other glove and throw left-handed. When he shags between starts, he puts the glove on his right hand. I want to ask him how hard he can throw lefty. I think it's pretty hard.
Yeah, and he looks fairly natural doing it. There have been a few players in baseball history that were ambidextrous enough to even consider doing something like that. I remember a pitcher for the Padres named Greg Harris that was capable of doing that. I played with a relief pitcher, one of the best relief pitchers of his day, Greg Minton, who actually threw the ball very well left-handed, even though he was a right-handed reliever.
Well, Brandon Webb took his first loss of the year. He's now 9-1 as the Diamondbacks lost again in Florida. The Marlins are 26-19. Arizona drops to 28-18. That's the same record the Cubs have currently. They came in with the second best record in all of baseball, behind only Arizona.
Well, Webb was able to keep Dan Uggla in the ballpark tonight, however. Boy, he's off to a great start this year. I think he has 14 home runs.
Tonight he was 1 for 3 with a double and a run. He's hitting .323. Stephen Drew went 3 for 4 with a home run. And the Diamondbacks lost. Ricky Nolasco, former member of the Cubs organization, got the win. He's now 3-3. Kevin Gregg with his 9th save. Not sure what that was all about.
No idea what just transpired right there.
You're on the clock. That might be what Joe West is saying.
Yeah, the second base umpire has a stopwatch. And with nobody on base, that pitcher is expected to deliver the ball within 12 seconds of receiving the throw back from the catcher. Once again, something you referred to earlier in the ball game, the pace of game issues. Second base umpire usually is the guy that has the stopwatch to time the break between innings and also to time the pitchers when there's nobody on base.
Well, we'll keep an eye out for this as we move along. What can rattle some guys who are used to their routines, and let's say they take 13.5 seconds. Just about. I mean, Bob Howard.
Bob Howard's a perfect example.
A great example of a guy who probably goes over the 12 seconds. And the minute they tell him you're on the clock, well, we'll see how a guy like Howard responds.
And I think the rule said they get 1 warning, and then after that a pitch is called a ball if you don't deliver it within the 12-second time limit. or at least start your delivery within 12 seconds.
Well, you know what's going to happen. The Players Union ultimately will probably step in and say, you got to put a clock somewhere up in the stadium.
Oh, brother.
Because now you're asking a pitcher to actually have to count in his head. There's always something.
Always something. We don't have enough issues to deal with in baseball, but we're going to put up a 12-second clock to make sure you throw that pitch quickly.
Well, we're all for the pace of the game being moved along.
Oh, and Major League Baseball has done a great job with some of the things they've done. You may remember in the past, if a batter broke his bat, there might be a minute delay while he went back to the bat rack, got another bat, put some pine tar on it, put some rosin on it, took a couple of practice swings, and then went back to the plate. Well, they changed that rule. The batter stays at the plate. The bat boy brings out a backup bat. That has really helped move the game along considerably.
They're really trying to cut down on batters between every pitch, stepping out of the box, taking a practice swing. Boy, if Sergio Garcia played baseball, he'd have a lot of problems. Fly ball deep to center. Edmonds got back to the spot and made the catch. 2 down here in the 6th. Berkman turns around and hits righty.
I just feel a lot of issues in the game of baseball that are kind of on the periphery of the game itself would be remedied if the umpires would just call the strike zone as it's written in the rule book. I think there's way too much subjective leeway given to the umpires. Well, that's my strike zone. Well, you don't get to have a strike zone. It's in the rule book.
And I think this is a Questec park. And that's the other one that is not in every ballpark. And the fact that the strike zone would change or get smaller in a park that has Questec, where the cameras are watching and critiquing every pitch that's called, I know that's been a source of frustration for some.
And you hear a lot of arguments from purists that say, well, you take the human element out of the game then. Well, I think on some occasions the human element has made the game worse. Without naming any names, there are a lot of umpires in the game right now that have very, very inconsistent strike zone, Questec or not.
Easy steal for Matsui. So the Astros keep adding on to their major league leading total. That's their 3rd tonight, their 54th of the year.
Just a shake of the head by Giovanni Soto. Another tough opportunity for him. Matsui takes off on Scott Ayer's first movement, and no chance for Giovanni Soto.
Oh, 2. Now a ball and 2 strikes on Berkman. Turned him away a little bit in tight. Count even 2-2.
You could see Gio wanted that ball up. We saw Berkman chase some pitches up in the zone, especially from the right side of the plate.
Has to go there again. Foul tip, strikeout number 3 on the night for Berkman. So Scott Ayer walked Matsui, but he didn't give up a run. 5-3 Houston as we head to the 7th.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get $1,500 cash back, or current GM owners get $3,000 total cash back on a 2008 Buick Lucerne. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent? Let's vent. Let's vent.
Let's vent. Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
I am your idea. Color me. Get me noticed. Make me shout. And stand out. Give me Rico color that always works. I am your idea. Make me brighter. Make me shine. I am your idea. Get me in there. Make it happen. In flying colors. It's you and me, and here we go. With Rico.
Time now for the Coors Light freeze cam. We go back to Monday night. Giovanni Soto with an inside the park home run. Some controversy about whether it actually should have been an automatic home run. We thought it was a little to the right of the yellow line. Yesterday they removed that wooden panel and painted the third base side right on that crease. So any ball that caroms towards center off that wall above the yellow line on the fence is a home run.
Gio caused him to remodel the ballpark.
Michael Hoffpauir in his first major league start doubled for his first hit and scored on the Soto double in the first. He flied to right his last time. Sean Chacon has now retired 12 straight Cubs. The funny thing is, they may not see another ball land in that area for another 10 years.
Yep, it's entirely possible. They need to dust that padding. Look at that. Come on now. Get a leaf blower out there and clean that up.
I mean, this place opened in 2000. Prior to 01, they raised that left center field fence by nearly 11 feet. It used to be that the fence height that's out at center, that went straight across.
Yeah, where you see that yellow line that stops right there, it used to run right along the bullpen there at that same level, making it extremely tough for umpires to tell sometimes whether the ball hit above or below the stripe.
There's a deep drive to left field for Hoffpauir over in the corner, and it's off the wall. Micah hustling towards second. He's going to slide in safely. Just missed his first home run. He'll bring the tying run to the plate. That snaps at 12 out streak for Sean Chacon.
Well, that one had a chance, got it high in the air down into that left field corner. Watching the flight of that ball, Carlos Lee got over in the corner. We saw him make a great catch earlier in the ball game. That one too high for El Caballo, but he plays the carom perfectly and makes it a close play at second.
And we know Soto can tie it up with one swing. Here's the pitch. Slider low and outside. All kinds of action out of the Houston bullpen. With a tying run at the plate here in the seventh. Chacon's pitch count's still okay. He's thrown 85. Called strike one. 1-1. Burdack is the lefty. Fernando Nieve is the righty. Neat story regarding Michael Hoffpauir. He played for his dad at Lon Morris College in his hometown of Jacksonville, Texas. His older brother played with Chris Sampson before Micah got there. Way up in the air, almost up in the rafters as Carlos Lee makes the catch. Hoffpauir faced Sampson last night and he took a walk as a pinch hitter.
It's amazing in this game how many connections, how many times somebody you played with somewhere in the past, ultimately you'll end up being teammates or opponents. Seems like once you get to this level, a lot of these guys played on premier traveling club teams when they were teenagers. They played at some great high school programs or college programs, and it seems like there's all kinds of connections if you know where to look for the information.
Jim Edmonds was retired on a leaping catch right in front of the out-of-town board and left by Carlos Lee in the fourth. You would like to see Edmonds get it going here soon. I'm not sure if he swung at that pitch or not. They're going to go down to third. He did. That's a strike.
Lost his footing there, lost the back foot, loses his balance completely. Unfortunately, that bat did get out there in front of home plate. Called a strike on appeal.
The 1-1. A drive to right. Pence catches right in front of the track. Hoffpauir to third. 2 down.
Good trajectory off the bat. I thought he might have gotten enough of that to get it out of here to right field. Must have hit it out toward the end of the bat a little bit because he didn't get much carry at all. Good heads up base running by Micah Hoffpauir. Doesn't seem like a big deal and probably isn't a big deal in a 5-3 ball game, but now he'll be able to score on a wild pitch or a pass ball.
Scott Hare grabbing a bat to jump into the on-deck circle, but he's not going to hit.
Well, we got speed up rules going again. Joe West going out to the mound, telling Tolles and Tejada, let's go, get back to your position, let's play ball.
There's no question if DeRosa gets on, Scott Hare will not bat, but you know, sometimes you gotta let the pitcher jump into that on-deck circle, right? Make it feel like a complete play.
Where's my helmet? Whose bat can I use? Does anybody have any batting gloves?
Well, the other thing is you don't give away who you actually are going to use.
That's right. It's a dangerous thing for a manager, especially when you have young players on the bench. And you may tell them, hey, listen, if Air Spot gets up this inning, you're going to hit for him. Well, they'll run right over the bat rack, get their helmet, get a bat, put their gloves on, and sit up on the top step. They stopped by the young catcher for the Astros, squares it up right in the middle of the chest protector. I can't tell you how many times I had to grab a guy by the back of the belt and tell him, hey, go down the tunnel and take practice swings. Don't let them see you over here. I want them to think that pitcher's going to hit regardless.
1-1 to DeRosa, bottom of the zone. He got it. 1-2.
Other times you'll decoy with a player. You know, you go on out in the on-deck circle and we'll see what they do, knowing full well you don't want to use that guy. You're looking for a matchup. If the other manager goes to the bullpen, then you can really get the hitter you want at the plate. Just some of the cat and mouse that veteran managers will do.
Chacon going from the windup with a runner at third. The 1-2 pitch stays high above the belt.
I'd be shocked if he doesn't go back to that slider right here. DeRosa's really had problems picking up the spin on that ball in the game. Threw a high fastball right there just to change his eye level a little bit. See if he comes back with that slider down low and away.
Two curveball. And DeRosa offered at it for strike 3. Cubs still haven't scored since the first. 5-3 as we stretch from Houston.
People think life in California is one big vacation, but it's really a lot of work.
We have board meetings.
Lots of board meetings.
We're always playing catch up. We're really just a bunch of pencil pushers.
We burn the midnight oil.
Hey, it's a dirty job.
Someone's got to do it.
So if California seems like your kind of work,
when can you start?
Find yourself in California. With over 95 daily flights from Chicago Midway to cities in California, Southwest Airlines is taking low fares farther.
You are now free to move about the country.
It's game time. Skybox is right up here in section La-di-da. How's everybody doing? Can anybody tell me what inning we're in? All right, boys, we take it back to high life. See, the high life is about sitting in the sun and watching your favorite pitcher get lit up. Take him out. And they can't even hear me through this glass. Come on, boys. Need to smell me a hot dog or something. Just know I'm alive. Woo! Let me pass out some high life. That's what I'm talking about.
Touch here. Can't feel the immediate response as you paddle shift your way through the 6 speeds? That's because there's only one place to experience the race-inspired IS, your Lexus dealer, where the sooner you test drive the IS, the sooner you'll know why nothing else feels quite like a Lexus. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Friday, Alfonso Soriano and the Cubs head to the Steel City for a Central Division showdown with Jason Bay and the Pirates in HD. Don't miss the Cubs and the Bucks Friday night at 6 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. It's not raining, is it?
Umbrella night here at the ballpark.
John Lieber here in the lower half of the 7th, 5-3 Houston. Lee, Blum, and Pence against Lieber. He doesn't have to worry about the 12-second rule.
No.
John Lieber would be the poster child for Bud Selig when it comes to how you're supposed to do it, right?
Get the ball, get back up on the rubber, and throw it. Now you got a new ball from home plate umpire Joe West. So it'll take a little more time to rub this one up. Get some of that shine off the baseball. Of course, the balls are all rubbed up with that special, what is it, Delaware River? I can't remember the name of the river, but they're rubbed up with mud before the game.
Tough chance for Kosuke. Nicely done.
But whatever kind of mud it is, once they put it on the ball and it has an opportunity to dry, it can get a little dusty on the outside. That's why you see pitchers get a brand new ball from the umpire that has been rubbed up with that game mud, and they have to try to rub some of that off so they get a better feel for the ball.
Blum gave the Astros their 5th run with an RBI single in the 5th.
Just as a minor point of interest, possibly. The game balls used for a day game are usually rubbed up a little bit darker than the balls that are used for a night game.
Kicked out of the glove of Terrio. I didn't know that.
Well, at least everywhere I've been, that was the case. Jeff Blum finally gets on the board against John Lieber. He had been 0 for 12 lifetime against the Cubs right-hander. He'll be credited with an infield single here. That ball just hit off the heel of Terrio's glove. And once again, because of the distance he had to go to get to that baseball, I doubt if he'd had a chance to get Blum, even if he comes up with it cleanly.
I believe you're right about the Delaware River mud. Ooh, 6 4-3. They turn it. That was hit hard, but right at Terrio. And Lieber gets out of the 7th. We go to the 8th. Pitcher spot, then the top of the order coming up.
It's never too early to start beefing up your obituary. Stay thirsty, my friends.
$30,000. Do I hear 40? $40,000. Do I hear 50? 50,000. I have 50,000 sold to the gentleman in the center.
Hi.
Moving on. This is a 19th.
Okay, I want to go ahead and sell it now.
Sell what?
That thing I bought.
Constantly buying and selling stocks doesn't make much sense either. That's why Edward Jones advises clients to buy long-term investments. Edward Jones, making sense of investing. Ranked highest in investor satisfaction with full-service brokerage firms by J.D. Power and Associates.
Prepare yourself for an event so big, we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
It's never too early to start beefing up your obituary. Stay thirsty, my friends.
This Father's Day, play catch in the outfield, run the bases, or relax in the dugouts of Wrigley Field. Hey, Dad, want to have a catch? Presented by Motorola is on Sunday, June 15th. Limited tickets are available for $150 each and include a t-shirt, photograph, baseball, and lunch. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com or call 773-404-CUBS. Right-hander Doug Brocail is on to make his second straight appearance. An inning and a third. He got a hold last night. Gave up a hit, no runs. And he'll face Mike Fontenot, the pinch hitter for John Lieber. Pretty solid outing by Sean Chacon. 7 innings, 3 runs. He gave up 5 hits.
Especially the way the evening started for Chacon. It was doubtful he was going to get deep into this ball game. Gave up 3 in the first. And Derek Lee 2-run homer, a double by Micah Hoffpauir. He scored on the Soto double, but really settled in well after that. Need a runner. This game is well within reach right here. Need to put some pressure on the Astros.
I was just looking up the mud issue. Have you ever heard of Lena Blackburn rubbing mud?
Yeah, I've seen that in the clubhouse before.
Here's a 2-1. Fouled away to the left. The paid crowd tonight, 33,251. So in the 32-33 range every night of this series. Five hits for the Cubs. The Astros have 9. No errors. Just like last night, each team with a home run tonight. Tonight it's been the Lees. Derek with a 2-run shot in the first. Carlos 3-run blast in the third. Brocail's 2-2. Count holding. Brocail's in the top 5 in appearances in the National League, tied for 5th. Came in with 24. skipped to Tejada. We saw Soriano with his batting gloves on in the middle of the Cubs dugout earlier. I'm sure Lou doesn't want to use him until he represents at least the tying run.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, obviously, depending on who you have in the starting lineup on a given night, it tells you the weapons you have available off the bench. And in a 2-run ball game, you'd like to believe that we're probably not going to see Soriano until somebody's on base.
The other thing about it now, with Terrio at the plate, Fukudome, Lee, Ramirez, you won't use him in those spots. If you get to Hoffpauir, you have this to consider. Micah's 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and a run. And Alfonso 0 for 8 in the series. So that might be a tough question, tough decision for Lou to make, whether it's here in the 8th or in the 9th. Caught by Berkman as Terrio is trying to bring that tying run to the plate. Big time play there by Lance Berkman.
Well, he doesn't necessarily look like a good athlete, but Lance Berkman can do everything you need to do on a baseball field to win ball games, and really goes up the ladder that time to take a hit away from Ryan Terrio.
Bounced over the mound. Tejada behind second. They get Fukudome by a half step. A couple of nice defensive plays by the leaders of the Astros, Berkman and Tejada. Bottom 8, 5-3 Astros.
Countless trips to school functions, doctor's appointments, dance recitals, birthday parties. You know, if you're going to be a chauffeur, might as well drive a Cadillac.
Visit your local Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
Our eyes meet across the floor. We don't have to say much more. Let's take a chance on it. Say you'll be mine till spring.
Finally, a low-cost answer to safe, secure storage for your RV, boat, camper, or commercial vehicle. We're Secure Outdoor Storage, and we offer exclusive high-tech, high-security outdoor storage featuring 24-hour security card access with round-the-clock surveillance, monitoring, and lighting. Pickup and delivery service, reserved rental spaces, RV prep, maintenance, and detailing services, and easy I-80 access. Call Secure Outdoor Storage today for affordable rates for any size RV, camper, boat, or commercial vehicle. Secure Outdoor Storage. The name says it all.
Sports Night, every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi everyone, Gail Fisher with you. Cedric Benson worked out again with the first team at Bears practice today, while receiver Mark Bradley sat out. The team revealed that Bradley underwent arthroscopic knee surgery on his right knee earlier this month and could miss the start of training camp. Now let's get you back to Houston with Len and Bob.
Thank you, Gail. 5-3 Houston. And Bob Howery will work the last of the 8th, trying to keep the Astros right where they are. Cub fans hoping the visitors can come back in the 9th inning. And see what lefties have done against Bob Howery. He'll face a righty, Tolles, but then Darren Erstad, a pinch hitter, and Michael Bourne, both from the left side. Got the stopwatch on Bob Howry?
Yeah, I got a toy to play with up here tonight. Found my stopwatch. I'm gonna have to hurry it up. It's 12 right there.
Swing and a miss. 0-2.
20 seconds that time between pitches. Now, I started the watch as soon as he received the throwback from Joe West after the foul ball. And as I mentioned earlier, you do get one warning, and then after that, they have the discretion to call a ball if you don't deliver it quickly enough.
Now, it may be because Bob goes to the set position and then takes another 5 or 6 seconds. They may be giving him a little leeway. Driven foul down the left field line. The irony of J.R. Tolle's struggles to start this season is that last September 20th at St. Louis, he went 4 for 4 with 2 doubles, a home run, a walk. He was hit by a pitch, scored 3 runs, drove in 8. It was in his 6th career contest. Fastest player ever to have an 8 RBI performance, according to Society for American Baseball Research, as he strikes out. Time for the Sharp-Aquas detail of the game. Miguel Tejada in the 3rd inning, already with a couple of men on. Caromed one off the right leg of the pitcher, Sean Gallagher, for an RBI single. 2 batters later, Carlos Lee hit the go-ahead 3-run homer. Now, who knows if that ball gets into center anyway, but we do know what happened after it careened off Gallagher. Foul tip strike on Erstad. There's Valverde. Cubs may get another chance to try to figure him out. They haven't been able to do it the last couple of years.
I think that's one huge advantage that some of the younger, or rather the newer closers in baseball have over a guy like a Trevor Hoffman, who's been closing ball games for 22 years. Everybody's had a few at-bats against Trevor Hoffman. They've seen his delivery. They've seen his release point. Doesn't make it any easier to hit him, but you've got a little better idea of what to expect when you get in that batter's box. And I think as hitters around the National League start to rack up a few more at-bats against Valverde and some of the other younger closers in the game, the balance of power may shift a little bit. We talked about it last night. That's the one thing I remember hearing a lot of when Valverde was a youngster with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hitters complaining that they just didn't pick the ball up quickly.
Called strike 3. I've really been watching Bob during this half inning regarding the 12-second rule. He doesn't dawdle when he gets the ball. He pretty much is ready to go. It's just everything he does is slow. It's not like he's wasting time per se. Always takes a long look, and then when he goes to the set position, it's still another 5 seconds or so before he delivers. Awkward swing by Bourne, strike 1.
You know, we've watched Bob Howry closely over the last couple of years and talked about like a pre-shot routine of a golfer, or even a lot of the hitters before they get in the batter's box. They do the same thing every time, and Bob Howry has a very definitive preparation before he throws that ball, and he does the same thing every time. They get that throw back from the catcher. Once he gets up on that rubber, he'll place the ball very carefully in his glove so he has it just the way he wants it. Pull on that strap there to make sure his glove is tight, and then he's up on the rubber ready to go. Big exhale right here.
Good bite on that slider. 1 and 2. Bourne's average has gone up 14 points tonight. He began at 196. He's now up to 210. A pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck out the side. And we will go to the ninth. Lee Ramirez and Hoffpauir due up, and the Cubs also have Alfonso Soriano in their back pocket.
Arby's is saving the world from ordinary fast food with our $5 flatbread melt combo. We pledge to spice up your life with our fajita beef and Philly beef flatbread melts at a price that won't break the bank. We pledge to thinly slice our oven-roasted beef, saute our peppers and onions, and serve it up on warm, soft flatbread. Get a $5 flatbread melt combo today, and you'll be saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Something to remind me of another place and time.
I inhabit the nightmares of Italian loafers. I've trodden my own path. I have stepped in bull, but never talked it. I have been rehealed, resold, but never replaced. I am a stranger to polish. I have spent more time on dirt than cement.
You're out here for a reason. So are we. Tractor Supply Company. The stuff you need out here.
Time now for the Nissan drive of the game. The go-ahead blast by Carlos Lee. 3-run shot off Sean Gallagher in the 3rd inning. That made it 4-3 Houston. The Astros would add a run in the 5th inning. It's now 5-3 as we hit the 9th. As Darren Erstad stays in to play defense for Lee in left. Well, Carlos Lee had a very good defensive night out there. And Jose Valverde is now pitching.
The left-hander's batting only 171 against the Astros closers. Righty's hitting 302. I believe that can be explained because his best pitch, his out pitch, is that splitter, and it's very effective against a left-handed hitter. He doesn't really have a great breaking ball to throw to the right-handed hitters.
Now you noticed something that changed in his ritual, but it wasn't that he changed it.
No.
What happened?
As we've seen, Valverde has a number of things he likes to do to prepare to pitch. When he comes into the ball game, he gets a ball from the home plate umpire, immediately throws it over to the bat boy on the first base side of the field, and then asks for a second ball. Well, Joe West is aware of that, so he went to the bat boy, said, give me that ball back, and threw it back to Valverde a second time.
Swing and a miss by Derek Lee. So Joe's in charge. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, if there's any doubt, just ask him.
Valverde started the day tied for first in the National League with 13 saves, but Brian Wilson picked up number 14 in Colorado today as the Giants won 3-2 in 10.
See, Valverde comes into the ball game. He gets a ball from the umpire. This is something he does every appearance he makes. And then when he asked Joe West for another ball, he said, hey, where's the one I just gave you? That was a perfectly good baseball. Give me that ball back. Here. There you go. Now that technically slowed down the game considerably to have the bat boy dig through the bucket and find that ball and bring it back into the game. Get my stopwatch out here again.
Kick and the 1-2. Struck him out. 1 out.
Splitter mania from Valverde to Derek Lee. Every one of them just bottoming out as it got into the hitting zone.
This is his 17th career appearance against the Cubs. He has a 1.10 earned run average. He's given up 2 earned runs in over 16 innings. Ed Hickox has that stopwatch. Valverde takes his time as well. 1-0 to Ramirez. He bounced it up there. Well, I guess next time Valverde has Joe West as a home plate umpire, he ought to take the ball, rub it on the mound, rub it around in the dirt, and then roll it off the field.
Yeah, just throw that first warm-up pitch over the backstop.
He's gone to a 3-0 count. Hoffpauir on deck. Been a good night for Micah. I didn't mean to say for Micah. I really didn't, but I did. He has 2 doubles and 3 tries. And I could add that you wouldn't take that for granted, Uncle. All right. 3-1. Ramirez is 0 for 3, including a strikeout. 5 hits to start this series in the first 2 games. There's ball 4. Tying run will come up. Only the second walk the Cubs have taken tonight.
Michael Hoffpauir's first look at the Astros closer here. I'm sure he got some advice from Gerald Perry and some of the veterans over on that bench to make him get the ball up. That pitch starts in the middle of the thighs in the strike zone. It's probably going to end up down low out of the zone.
Here we go. A bouncer foul. Nice barehanded play by Matt Sinatro.
Make it a great night, kid.
The pitch. Another foul. It's a little tougher now. Oh-2 pitch, and he struck him out. Cubs down to their final chance now. It's Giovanni Soto. Nasty.
That is just a nasty pitch, and hopefully Michael Hoffpauir will learn from that and have a better at bat next time he gets an opportunity to face Jose Valverde.
A pitch to Soto. Boy, what a rough night it's been for him. Taking a couple of foul balls off various body parts. Just fouled that one off himself. Cubs swept the Pirates in their first road series of the year. They have not won a set in the gray uniform since. Popped him up as Ramirez was running. And it'll be Lance Berkman to make the catch, and the Astros take 2 of 3 in this series. Cubs were held to just 5 hits tonight. They scored all 3 of their runs off Sean Chacon in the first inning, and after the first, they ended up with a grand total of 2 hits and a walk. And remember, Ryan Theriot got picked off. So after the first inning, Bob, Chacon, Brocail, and Valverde basically faced 2 over the minimum. Zach Duke. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, and our entire crew. This is Len Kasper saying good night from Houston. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Stay tuned. Post-game live is next.
Cubs are great at home, but they've struggled on the road. 9-11 so far away from the friendly confines.
But good news. They're going to play Pittsburgh for the 800th time starting on Friday.
Hopefully they can fatten up on those buckos. Pat Boyle, Mark Shanowski back in our downtown Chicago studios. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac are standing by. They're going to break it all down next on Cubs Postgame Live.
Then after that, it is Land Rover Sports Night coming up on the show. John Paxson comments on the Bulls landing the top prize in next month's NBA draft. But is the GM giving away any hints as to who he might select?
Not with 5 weeks left, I'm guessing not. And Bears running back Cedric Benson discusses his boating incident in Texas following the workout today at Hallis Hall.
And we'll have Cubs clubhouse reaction from Houston and a recap of the White Sox and Indians on the south side.
Those stories and much more coming up on Land Rover Sports Night, which follows Cubs Postgame Live. That's coming your way after this short timeout.
It's never too early to start beefing up your obituary. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Everyone likes to hunt for a bargain. So this Memorial Day, we've quietly placed specially marked Chevys on our lots. You might have to look hard to find them, but when you do, you'll get great deals on most 08s. Like $4,500 cash back on most Silverados. With the best available V8 fuel economy of any full-size pickup. Find the arrow, find the deal, but only for 10 days. See your local Chevy dealer today.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Imagine changing a child's life with something as simple as an oil change. Get the Midas Touch Maintenance Package by June 28th, and Midas will donate $5 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Thanks, everybody.
It's never too early to start beefing up your obituary. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today. The first ever Pontiac G8. Build your own at Pontiac.com/G8. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by GMC. Engineered to the highest standard. Professional grade.
Well, the Cubs dropped their second straight to the Astros. 5-3 is the final from Houston, and they end up losing this series 2 games out of 3. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Gail Fisher alongside Dan Plesac, and the hitting well has run dry for the Cubs. They really couldn't manage much. Just 5 hits total in this game today. They only scored 2 runs yesterday, only get 3 runs today, and that's going to spell a loss against the Astros, who seem to get some timely hitting. Sean Gallagher, Dan, not a bad game for him, but 1 bad inning.
Well, this is really kind of a Cliff Notes version of last night's game. 1 bad inning last night for Ryan Dempster. Gave up the grand slam. Aramis Ramirez staked him to a 2-0 lead. After that, the Cubs could do not a whole lot with the Houston Astros staff the rest of the way out. And the same thing kind of happened tonight. Cubs staked to an early lead, and Gallagher just wasn't able to. But it's not unusual when you have a young pitcher, Gale, that is learning on the job. And one of the most difficult things to do for any pitcher is to minimize the damage, to stay away from the big inning. And when it's only your second major league start, here you see the pitch that really hurt. It was an 0-2 hanging breaking ball. And when you throw breaking balls like that, you do one of two things. One, you're trying to throw a really nasty breaking ball, and you try to overthrow it. You grip the ball a little bit tight, and what happens is the reverse of what you think's going to happen. You're going to get a nice, tight 12-6 curveball. You overthrow it. The ball comes out of your hand a little quick, and you throw a hanging breaking ball. And that's one of the things you learn with experience as a pitcher, that when you get in trouble, sometimes don't pitch in fifth gear, gear it down, pitch in second or third gear. The more trouble you get, back off the velocity.
So Gallagher last only 4 2/3 inning, giving up the 5 earnings. Sean Chacon, by the way, we should point out, set a major league record, starting the season with 9 straight no decisions. He obviously broke that streak tonight as he gets the W. He could have broken the streak and taken a loss. That didn't happen, though. Chacon really shut down this Cubs team. And then after they score in that first inning, 3 runs in the first, the Cubs really do nothing after that.
Well, he was fortunate. He made some good pitches, and the Cubs, kind of in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning, went into that starting to swing early in the count, and Chacon was able to have a couple of innings in a row, low pitch count, and then you started to see he started backing off his breaking ball, and the Cubs started throwing a steady diet of slow off-speed breaking balls. The Cub hitters were in that very aggressive mode. Here you see Mark DeRosa completely fooled on a 2-strike breaking ball. Then here, this is a fastball to Gallagher, which, you know, a pitcher you can understand. But here again, you see DeRosa fooled on a 2-strike breaking ball. He mixed in enough fastballs to make the Cub hitters be aware of his fastball, but for the most part, he pitched almost like an American League type pitcher the last 3 innings, mixing in a lot of off-speed pitches, almost slow, a little bit slower, and then really slow.
So Chacon pitches 7 outstanding innings, and then Jose Valverde comes in and picks up his 14th save of the season. Time now for our Feldco star of the game. He has got to be Carlos Lee, who hits this 3-run home run in the bottom of the 3rd. That's a pitch maybe Gallagher wants back.
Well, he'd like to have it back, but Carlos Lee has made a living in a career hitting mistake-breaking balls. And one of the things he does, and when he's seeing the ball really good, which he seems to be doing most of the time when he's playing the Chicago Cubs, you make mistakes with some big-time hitters, and he being one of those, and they're going to do some damage.
Well, Dan, here we have for you the all-time Cub killers, of course. Carlos Lee's home run against the Cubs made us look up a few of the other Cub killers throughout history here. Who are the best active players against the Cubs? Well, Lee is on the list. So is Adam Dunn with 36 home runs in 106 career games. Miguel Cabrera owned the Cubs when he played for the Marlins. And Ryan Braun is hitting 415 career games against them so far in just his young career. All right, time to take our first time out of the show. And as we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac Opinion Poll question of the night. Has Sean Gallagher cemented himself as the Cubs' 5th starter? I'm not sure tonight's performance helped him any. Either yes, it's his job to lose, or no, I want to see another left-hander in the rotation. I suppose you could just also say no. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on the link to Chicago, then go to the Cubs page to cast your vote, and we'll have the results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
Coming up on Sports Night, John Paxson shares his insight into who the Bulls might pick #1 overall. Does the Chicago native have a leg up? Cedric Benson has had an off-season to forget, but he stole the show at Bears practice today. And Javi Vasquez looks to make it 7 wins in a row for the Sox on the South Side. All that and more after Cubs Postgame Live.
Feldco is having a siding sale. Save energy and beautify your home.
Call 866 for Feldco.
This month, take 20% off all Feldco siding. Packages start at just $159 per month and are installed by polite, hard-working professionals. Beautify your home now with Feldco siding.
Purchase before May 31st and receive a free Weber grill.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Lost in a daydream of blue, and I feel so free. And then it's like I fall from the sky. Everything that I see is you. Oh, I adore you.
The 2008 Volvo C70 convertible. For a limited time, lease a 2008 Volvo C70 for $459 per month.
What do you think of Mike Wallace and the Geico Toyota?
Whatever. He's out there selling car insurance. I'm out there to win.
Isn't he your cousin?
I didn't say I wouldn't go fishing with the man. All I'm saying is, he comes near me, I'll put him in the wall.
You don't even race in the series.
Listen, go-kart track, grocery store, those remote-controlled boats. When it comes to Mike Wallace, the story ends with me putting him in the wall.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
Hi, we're Team Teskey's.
This is the time for planting beautiful gardens, and Team Teskey's has the healthy plants you want. Every time you plant, use Furlone Root Stimulator. Keep those plants healthy and producing all summer long with Furlone blooming and rooting. Need help with your plants?
We're Team Teskey's.
Choose from our large selection of plants and let
Team Teskey
keep your summer beautiful. Teskey's, Bettendorf and Moline. Teskey's, where homes come to life.
Jack's Brake and Alignment. Over 50 years of experience behind every vehicle repair. Tires, all brands and sizes at some of the lowest prices in the Quad Cities. Brakes, a Jack's specialty. Old or new, foreign or domestic, Jack's can do it all. Transmission experts. Quality transmission repairs at a fraction of the time it takes the overpriced dealerships. Odd noises, rough running engine, just not sure what the problem is? Jack's has state-of-the-art computer diagnostics to find the problem, fix it fast, and get you on your way. Jack's Brake and Alignment. Serving the Quad Cities since 1965.
Sports Night, every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Welcome back. Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not over the past 7 days. Who's hot? Rangers outfielder Josh Hamilton is hitting .458 with 3 home runs. Jimmy Rollins is hitting .393 with 4 stolen bases. And Tampa Bay pitcher Scott Kazmir is 2-0 with a .69 ERA in his last 2 starts. Who's not? The Twins' Michael Kadire is just 3 for his last 31. Brett Myers has lost 2 straight for Philly, so has the Rockies' Aaron Cook. It was the debut tonight of Micah Hoffpauir for the Cubs, who started in left field in place of Alfonso Soriano. Not a bad debut, Dan. He got a couple of hits, including a double.
And one of the things that's great, you'll never forget your major league debut, your first at bat, and particularly your first base hit. And I'm sure that he was walking on air all afternoon and excited and nervous. And I tell you, you have to give him credit. A nice opening performance, 2 hits, a double to left field. I'm sure this is a night that he will never forget. A lot of hard work, a lot of blood, a lot of sweat, and a lot goes into getting to the major leagues. But that's just the first step. The more difficult step is staying here and being productive. But a great night. My hat goes off to him.
Yeah, nice feeling for Hoffpauir for sure, although he couldn't help the Cubs to victory as they lose to the Astros tonight. 5-3 is the final. Now, one little known rule that popped up tonight is that pitchers are supposed to make a pitch 12 seconds after getting the ball from the catcher. It is rarely enforced, Dan, but tonight in the 6th inning, home plate umpire Joe West warned Scott Air that he was taking too long. In fact, Major League Baseball announced today that they want to speed up game times, and this is one of the ways that they're hoping to enforce that. Have you seen this at all, or did you in your career?
Well, yes, and it's kind of a double-edged sword because they're trying to get the tempo of the game to be quickened up. But then you run into a lot of problems between innings because there's commercial breaks, network timeouts. You go to the nationally televised games on Saturdays or on Monday nights or Wednesday nights, and there's supposed to be a little bit more than 2 minutes between the innings. And a lot of times you'll see a pitcher that's ready to start an inning before that 2 innings, but the umpire will, basically step in front of home plate and kind of look at his watch to let you know that, hey, you know what, we've got some time here before a commercial break. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. And you very rarely see, now there are some pitchers that are notoriously slow workers. Steve Traxel, for example, would be a guy that it would be constantly, he would be a 12-second guy.
Mark Burley, of course, would be the exact opposite of that, but we'll see what happens with Major League Baseball and trying to speed up play if they really start enforcing these things. But still to come on the show, as we go to break, I should say, we're going to take a look at our Just for Men hold statistics from the majors.
Brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
Hello, may I help you?
Yes, Clyde and Keith to see Emmett Smith. Emmett, your gray facial hair has put you in a rocking chair.
Your beard is weird.
Your stash is trash. Oh, it's bad.
Just for Men Gel penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes. His edge is back.
He's right on track.
Backfield in motion.
He moves and grooves.
He scores. Just for Men Gel. Keep your edge.
Prepare yourself for an event so big, we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
International Rugby returns to Chicago on Saturday, June 21st with the 2008 Churchill Cup. 6 nations, including England, Ireland, Scotland, Canada, Argentina, and your USA Eagles, will compete in one action-packed finals day at Toyota Park in Bridgeview. Tickets for all 3 matches start at only $20, and group packages are available. To get your seats for these international clashes today, go online to usarugby.org.
Tomorrow, it's Welcome Back Carlton Fisk Night as the Hall of Famer becomes a White Sox team ambassador, and Comcast Sportsnet has it covered, beginning with an appearance on Chicago Tribune Live and all the pregame festivities before the Sox take on the Indians. It all starts tomorrow night at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
I was just driving around, minding my own business.
When it came out of nowhere,
suddenly there were lights all around me.
I'm like, they're coming for me.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I just never thought they'd find me. Not out here.
It doesn't matter where you drive. If you don't buckle up, you will get caught. Cops are cracking down all across the country. Click it or ticket.
And today our sweet play of the game is Carlos Lee. No, not the home run. The foul out. As you see here, Ryan Theriot racing over and making the catch. Practically pulling his arm out of his socket, Dan. What a tough one. He's got the wall. He's got the ball moving into the stands. I mean, great catch by Ryan Theriot to get Carlos Lee out there. How difficult is that when you're running towards the stands? We already know about running towards the wall and how difficult that can be, but you're running towards the stands and you're not quite sure is that ball going to clear into the stands?
What makes it doubly tough is when you're playing on the road, because you know you're not going to get a lot of help from the visiting fans. Right. You're going to have people reaching out over to try to get the ball, and it's very tough. That's a tough play and a very good play. He's been very good and very dependable playing shortstop. I tell you what, I was one guy last year that I wasn't sure that he was physically going to be able to hold up to the demands of that position daily, but he's proved me and a lot of people wrong. He has been a very pleasant surprise and a very solid player.
Well, how about Sean Gallagher? Earlier in the show, in our Pontiac opinion poll question, we asked you, has Gallagher cemented himself as the Cubs' 5th starter? Either yes or no, basically. Wow. 57% said yes, it's his job to lose. 42% of you say no, you want another left-hander in that rotation. So he's only won 1 game in 3 starts, and none of his starts have really been that spectacular, but fans seem to be backing Gallagher.
He has a good arm, and one of the things you have to do with young pitchers is you have to have some patience, and he's going to have some stretches or he's going to throw the ball very well, and he's going to have some stretches like he did tonight, not being able to get out of a big inning, and that comes with experience, and the only way that he's going to get that is to get the ball every 5 days. He has a terrific arm, a lot of life on his fastball, has a very good breaking ball. Unfortunately, he threw one bad hanging breaking ball to Carlos Lee, and whether you're Sean Gallagher or whoever, you throw some hanging breaking balls to a big-time hitter like that. Good hitters, home run hitters, feast 1 on fastball counts and 2 hanging breaking balls, and when they're swinging the bat really well, they miss very few mistakes, and unfortunately, he paid the price for the 1 mistake he made in that inning.
All right, the Cubs dropped this series to Houston 2 games out of 3, losing 2 straight at the back end of the series. They get a day off in Pittsburgh. I hear it's lovely this time of year. And then they start that series against the Pirates on Friday. Let's check out the pitching matchups for that game. It will sort of be a rematch here. Carlos Zambrano, who last pitched against the Pirates last weekend against Zach Duke. Zambrano took the loss or he factored in a no decision, but didn't pitch well in that game, Dan. And said he had a stiff neck. He slept on it wrong. So let's hope Big Z has recovered nicely and can get the win against the Pirates.
It really was the first start all season that he really wasn't super sharp. You weren't seeing a lot of swings and misses early on in the game. And when Carlos is throwing the ball really well, you can really tell, particularly when he throws his breaking ball to right-handed hitters, he's going to get a lot of swings and misses. And the other day, his last start, he did not. And the Cubs had Zach Duke on the ropes early. They allowed him to wiggle out of trouble, and he pitched very well in the 5th, 6th, and 7th inning. So the key is try to get on this team early. This is a team that the Cubs have had a lot of success against the last 2 seasons. You have your ace going, Carlos Zambrano. Hopefully get some runs early on and let Big Z do his thing.
Well, they need to get the bats working, that's for sure. Obviously, what's the cure, Dan, for a losing streak, 2-game losing streak they're on? Play the Pirates. Hopefully it works out that way. All right, that's all the time we have for on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Gail Fisher alongside Dan Plesac. Sports Night is coming up next with Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski. Dan and I will see you next time.
What does the Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection mean to you? Better highway fuel efficiency than a typical 8-passenger SUV, the most fuel-efficient 5-door in its class, and the best available V8 fuel economy in a full-size pickup. The Buick Pontiac GMC Spring Collection. Now get a low-mileage lease on the 2008 GMC Acadia for around $349 a month. Call for residency restrictions and details. The Spring Collection. See them now at your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands, like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
Time for a little high life housekeeping.
You can't park here.
Keep an eye on her. So this is how the other half of 1% lives. Hello, common sense check. $5 for chips. $13.50 for a bag of nuts? This hotel just lost its key to the High Life. We got a lot of High Life to collect. High Life housekeeping. And they say money can't buy you love. Common sense, this is your wake-up call. Get your butt up. For $13, I'll be a macadamia nut.
Kitchen Design Limited. They're the tile specialists, right, Dex?
Oh, that's Kern's Kitchens.
Oh, these cabinets got to go too, huh?
Kitchen Design Limited does custom.
Free consultations?
That's Kern's Kitchens.
Granite countertops.
Of course.
Calvert's Remodeling has those wholesale.
Wait, I'm confused. Who has the guarantee?
Maybe this will help.
Oh.
Now let's talk bathrooms.
Introducing DexKnows.com, the smartest local search on the web. Compare businesses side by side. See hours, services, and more. Visit DexKnows.com.
Alex Klein is a real Geico customer, not a paid celebrity. So to help tell his story, we hired that guy who does those funny sound effects.
My car was totaled over 1,000 miles from home. So I called Geico. And in less than 10 business hours, I got a check for a new car.
Geico, real service, real savings.
Well, boys, someone hasn't been paying attention. That's why I'm here. I want you to buckle up.
Drive without a seatbelt on and you will be ticketed. Click it or ticket.
Hi, I'm Kerry Wood of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
Kind of two sides of the spectrum.
The hottest topic in Chicago sports today is quite simple. Will it be Rose or Beasley to the Bulls?
Those things I've learned, if you get your hopes up, it's wasted energy.
Speaking of first-round picks, despite a turbulent offseason, Cedric Benson stole the show at Bears practice today.
Yeah, I hope y'all had the cameras on. That was right.
Could it be heaven on 7 for the Sox as Javier Vasquez looks to keep the win streak rolling tonight? And down in Texas, can Sean Gallagher lock up a spot in the rotation? Don't kick the bucket. Sports Night starts now.
This is Sports Night, presented by Land Rover. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
What is up? Thanks for hanging with us for Land Rover Sports Night. Mark Shanowski and Pat Boyle with you tonight. We'll get to both first-place Chicago baseball teams in a second, but we are still talking about the first pick in June's NBA draft.
Yeah, basketball excitement in Chicago has nothing to do with the playoffs. All smiles at the Berto Center this morning. John Paxson and his staff thinking about all the attractive possibilities in front of them. Chuck Garfien has reaction from Deerfield.
Where were you when you learned that the Bulls had hit the lottery jackpot? John Paxson was working in his bedroom when he heard a shriek coming from his family downstairs.
My sons, Ryan and Drew, when we were passed by with when the 9th pick came up and it wasn't us, they screamed, and then they dragged me downstairs. But I was kind of in shock anyway, so I saw that 3rd pick go and it was like, hey. So, it just, those things I've learned, if you get your hopes up, it's wasted energy.
The Bulls GM says he received about 25 emails in the 2 minutes after the lottery, as well as a couple of texts from Ben Gordon. And with the draft 5 weeks away, he says the Bulls will focus on 2 players for that #1 pick, and that's it, Michael Beasley and Derrick Rose.
They're both really, really talented kids, and Rose as a point guard and with the ability to make other players better, that stands out. And Beasley's just a true scorer. He's got the instincts that allow him to, or enable him to score the ball really easily. And they're two sides of the spectrum here. So we have, we'll be able to look at which way to go.
Former Simeon star Derrick Rose might be considered a fan favorite because he's a Chicago native, but Paxson says that will not enter his decision-making at all. In the meantime, the Bulls are still looking for a head coach. 4 candidates will visit the Berto Center this week. Former DePaul star Tyrone Corbin was here on Wednesday. Paxson says he's going to be patient in his search for a head coach, but then again, this whole thing could be wrapped up pretty quickly.
I think being patient right now, I got nothing to lose, and I don't want to, I didn't want a week or so ago to jump right into something, and I want to hear, I want to listen to philosophies. All the guys I have coming in, I've told them, I said, look, I want to know what you're about basketball-wise. I want to know what you believe in, how you're going to teach. I want to know how they're going to connect and communicate with people and players, all those things. So I'm not in a hurry, and I don't feel a timeline or timetable is necessary. When I know it's right, it'll be right.
So the wait continues, and the countdown begins. At the Berto Center, Chuck Garfien, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thanks, Chuck. In addition to Tyrone Corbin, Paxson will interview former Timberwolves head coach Dwayne Casey, Sacramento assistant Chuck Person, and Utah special assistant Jeff Hornacek, the former Lyons Township High School star. If you'd like to hear all of Paxson's news conference, we'll replay the entire session from outside the Berto Center immediately following Sports Night. And coming up later on this show, it's the Sports Night version of Point Counterpoint. You won't want to miss it. See if I can convince Stacey King that Derrick Rose is absolutely the right choice for the Bulls over Michael Beasley.
Well, the White Sox keep winning, but the offense continues to sputter for the most part. Kenny Williams plans on letting his big bats work things out on their own, at least for now. And Ozzie says he's staying with his revamped lineup. He's just not comfortable keeping it that way. Tonight, both Kenny and Ozzie had to wait a while, but finally, the big bats came alive. Javier Vasquez getting the start for the Southsiders against Paul Bird. No score in the second when Michael Aubrey gets a hole in the one. A solo shot, his second hit of the year, both of them homers. He's MLB's version of Chris Carter. He just hits home runs. It's 1-0. 4th inning now, still 1-0. Victor Martinez lifts one to center. Routine play for Nick Swisher. But check out Martinez after that. Kicks the bucket in the dugout, gets his foot stuck in it. His teammates try to keep from laughing at his face. Sox, well, they see it on the other side of the diamond. So the jokesters, Joey Cora, yeah, he gets his own bucket out and has a little fun with Martinez. And of course, Ozzie's loving that. Still 1-0 in the 5th. Joe Creedy drives one to left, but David DeLucci robs him at the wall. Nice catch there. 2-0 Tribe in the 6th. Carlos Quinton grounds it. There looks like a routine double play, but Quinton is called safe at first. Maybe
The Sox caught a break there. Jermaine Dye looking to capitalize with 2 on. How you doing? A 3-run shot, his 7th of the year, gives the Sox a 3-2 lead. After 2 more singles, Paul Bird exits. Creedy lines one deep to left again. This time, DeLucci can't get it. Goes off the Comcast Sportsnet side. Nice placement there. RBI double for Creedy. Sox score 5 in the 6th. They lead it 5-2. 7th inning, Dye against Jorge Julio, and JD takes Julio down by the schoolyard. This time, a solo job. 2nd homer in as many innings. Mercy. JD take a bow. 6-2, good guys. Next batter, Jim Thome. He homered yesterday, and tonight he does it again. Back-to-back jacks from Dye and Thome, his 9th of the year. He had 2 hits tonight. So Thome gets the flying chest bump from Swish. The Sox get their 7th straight win. 7-2 is your final. Here's Ozzie.
We're playing pretty good baseball right now, and every time we send the starting anybody from the starting rotation, we feel, I don't say confident. I think we feel comfortable what kind of job we're going to have for them. I mean, it'd be a month and a half, almost have the same situation with the starting rotation. Get good innings, quality innings, and have it be consistent all year long. And I mean, I think that's the reason we are where we are. I mean, those guys go out there and put our situation in good situation to win games, and that's what they're doing.
And we'll have tomorrow's series finale against the Indians as the Sox go for 8 straight. They're 3 victories away from David Kaplan dyeing his hair pink. Another 7-11
Scary thought.
Sports Night will get you started at 6:30. Hawk and DJ will be behind the mics. That's tomorrow on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Later in the show, we'll head back to the South Side. Josh Moore's in the Sox clubhouse right now. He'll get their reaction to their 7th straight victory.
Hey, remember how hot Alfonso Soriano was during the Cubs' 10-game homestand? Seemed like just a couple of days ago. But after going 0 for 8 in the first 2 games down in Houston, Soriano given the day off by manager Lou Piniella. The Cubs skipper decided to go with 3 lefties in his starting lineup against Sean Chacon. Kosuke Fukudome batting second, and rookie Micah Hoffpauir getting his first big league start in place of Soriano in left. We check out the action from the series finale at Minute Maid Park. Top of the first, 1 on, 1 out, and Derek Lee says, I'm going to knock this right out of the yard. A 2-run homer to left, his 11th of the season. No confusion there. 2-0 Cubs. D. Lee now with 32 runs batted in. 2 batters later, Hoffpauir. He goes down the left field line. That's in for a double. His first career hit. Somebody get that young guy the baseball. Brings up Giovanni Soto, the hot-hitting catcher, and he's going to come through. A double in the left field corner. Hoffpauir comes around third. He'll score easily. 3-0 Cubs, giving rookie starter Sean Gallagher a real nice cushion to work with. Bottom first, same score, 2 on, 1 out. Lance Berkman up, but Gallagher gets him looking. That brings up El Caballo, Carlos Lee, pop-up, heading towards the stands down the left field line, but Ryan Theriot doesn't give up on it. Reaches back. Not quite Juan Uribe, but it's a good catch and gets Gallagher out of the jam. Bottom of the third, still 3-0 Cubs. Runners at the corners, no outs. Miguel Tejada lines one off the pitcher's leg into right field. Michael Bourne scores. Come to take a look at Gallagher. He'd be okay, stay in the game, and then he comes back, strikes out Berkman again. Next batter, Carlos Lee. Gallagher makes a mistake, and El Caballo makes him pay. He's a Cubs killer over his career. He does it again. A 3-run jack there, his 10th of the season. Astros lead 4-3. Top fifth, same score. Sean Chacon strikes out Mark DeRosa. 2 batters later, Gallagher somehow hits for himself. He strikes out. Bottom fifth, 1 out, bases empty. Gallagher hits Berkman in the side, and on first, gets a huge jump on Gallagher, who forgot about him. Easily takes second base without a play. 2 batters later, White Sox World Series hero Jeff Blum at the plate. Base hit to right. Berkman's going to beat the throw home from Fukudome. It's now 5-3 in favor of the home team. Piniella would finally take Gallagher out of the ballgame. Now to the top of the 9th, it's still 5-3 Houston, tying one at the plate with 2 outs. But Jose Valverde gets Soto to pop out to Berkman, and that's going to end your ballgame. Astros take it 5-3. They win the series 2-1. The Cubs have not won a series on the road since their very first one in Pittsburgh in early April. Time for our Honda head-to-head matchup, focusing in on Friday's series opener in Pittsburgh. Cubs be looking to end a 2-game losing streak. Carlos Zambrano trying to bounce back from a poor outing against the Pirates last weekend. He'll be opposed by veteran left-hander Zach Duke. Now, Zambrano didn't have his good stuff last time out, but Lou Piniella laughed off suggestions that Big Z might have a sore shoulder.
There's never been any concern. There's never even been a question of concern. Nothing. I'm more concerned about my shoulder than I am his. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm more concerned about mine than his. There's nothing wrong with mine.
That soundbite brought to you by Bubble Yum. Back to you.
And I guess Lou's trying to tell us that Big Z is going to be okay for Friday. You can see that opening game of the series in Pittsburgh right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Coverage begins with Chicago Tribune Live at 5:30. Then Len and Bob have the call in high definition just after 6 o'clock.
Coming up later in Sports Night, we'll head inside the Juice Box in Houston for a reaction to tonight's 5-3 defeat to the Astros. Plus, we'll check in on the Bears. William Jackson has Cedric Benson's first public comments since his recent arrest.
Sticking to my story, and the truth will come out. So sometime, whether it be now or a year from now or whenever.
And hail to the King. Stacey King stops by to debate Mark on who the Bulls should take, Michael Beasley or Derrick Rose. It's all coming up on Sports Night.
Land Rover Sports Night is brought to you by your local Land Rover dealers. The adventure begins at your Illinois Land Rover retailer today.
%75% of all the Land Rovers sold in this country are still on the road, despite the best efforts of our drivers. Make an appointment to put a Land Rover through its paces.
Tomorrow, Jim Thome and the White Sox try to break down the Tribe as they pair up against the Indians in high definition, followed by U.S. Cellular White Sox post-game live. White Sox Indians in HD tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tonight in Chicago, John McDonough was honored for turning around the public image and broadcast fortunes of the Hawks in just 6 months as the team president. Received the Chicago Executive of the Year award from the Chicago chapter of the Public Relations Society of America.
I enjoyed 24 and a half great years with the Chicago Cubs, and I said this at my press conference, and I'll say it again. As soon as I came over to the Blackhawks, it guaranteed that the Cubs will win at least 3 World Series in a row. But I'm very comfortable with that, providing the Blackhawks win 4 Stanley Cups in a row.
Sounds good, John, and this trio may help you get those cups. The Hawks signed 3 of the team's restricted free agents today, forwards Adam Bursch and Dustin Byfuglien, along with defenseman James Wisniewski. Bursch appeared in all but 1 game for the Hawks last season, scoring 4 goals and had 4 helpers to go along with 214 penalty minutes. Byfuglien appeared in 67 games. He had 19 goals, 17 helpers, and Wisniewski, 7 goals and 19 helpers, and some great fights this past year. John McDonough and the Hawks are going to have to put off that phone call to Jeremy Roenick for at least another year. The former Hawk star enjoyed his first season in San Jose so much, decided to put off retirement another year. JR got himself in top physical condition, had one of the best seasons he's had in a while. He had 14 goals, 19 assists for the Sharks. Next season will be his 20th in the National Hockey League.
Amazing, still going strong. Today's the first day the media was allowed in for a sneak peek at the Bears' organized team activities out at Hallis Hall. While most of the reporters and cameras were following Cedric Benson today, we also found out veteran wide receiver Mark Bradley had knee surgery recently. That's pretty big news considering Bradley had been talked about as a possible #1 receiver for next season. With more on Benson, here's William Jackson.
Since he was arrested on 2 misdemeanor boating charges in Texas a few weeks back, Cedric Benson has pretty much been hush-hush in terms of talking to the media. But that changed on Wednesday as he spoke vaguely about his pending court case after a Bears workout. And he says eventually the truth will be revealed.
It'd be nice, to go on and get it cleared up and over with, but, I don't really spend too much time thinking about it at all. Sticking to my story, and the truth will come out. So sometime, whether it be now or a year from now or whenever.
Now, during the Bears Care Gala recently at Soldier Field, General Manager Jerry Angelo was critical of Benson's decision to be on the water that Saturday evening in Texas, something Benson doesn't agree with.
The thing that I'm most disappointed is at the fact that he put himself in a position to be the victim, and that's the disappointment. He's done a real fine job in the offseason. Obviously, this makes big storylines.
He had to explain to me how I put myself in a situation to be a victim. I was enjoying myself, enjoying my own season.
While Benson is confident he'll be vindicated, he also says he appreciates the support his teammates have given him recently.
They've been very supportive in that fact. Of course, it ain't much they can really do about anything and don't expect them to, but the fact that they just letting me know that, they got my back, so this is good stuff.
In football terms, Benson said he feels great. His leg is fully recovered from surgery, while he's also dropped about 10 pounds. Yeah, he's ready to defend his starting position.
I feel great, man. Y'all didn't see, I hope y'all had the cameras on out, right?
You feel faster or moving?
Man, everything. I feel, faster, quicker, just smarter, smoother, freer. I feel everything. Everything on a positive note. That's how I feel.
While Benson looks healthy, the same can't be said for wide receiver Mark Bradley. He had his knee scoped earlier in the month, and some in the Bears organization say he may be doubtful for the beginning of training camp. But if you talk to Bradley, he says he will be ready come July 23rd. At Hallis Hall, William Jackson, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Billy Jack, coming up next, it's a bigger debate in Chicago than Archuleta or Cook, Rose or Beasley. Let the voting begin. Our American Idol, Stacey King, sounds off with Mark next.
But first, it's time for the Land Rover Big Question. Astros starter Sean Chacon had an amazing streak of 9 straight no decisions snapped tonight. He got a victory. We were wondering, what is the Major League record for consecutive no decisions? We'll have the answer later in the show.
Prepare yourself for an event so big, we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
A new era of thrilling Blackhawks hockey is attracting sellout crowds once again to the United Center. Don't miss a minute of the exciting action as Rookie of the Year finalists Patrick Kane and Jonathan Toews and the rest of your Blackhawks set out to dominate the competition and bring the Stanley Cup back to Chicago. Good seat locations are going fast, so get yours while you still can. Purchase your season ticket now for as low as $15 per game by calling 312-455-7000 or logging on to ChicagoBlackhawks.com. Chicago Blackhawks hockey, the pride.
Gentlemen, start your engines. Let's go get them. Good luck. All right, driver, tighten your belts up. Ready? These cars off. Green flag.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series on ESPN2. Classic racing action.
Brought to you by Heyman's West Side Ace Hardware on 4th Street in Davenport. For all your home improvement and maintenance needs.
Every day is Truck Day at the area's #1 GMC dealership, John Keedy GMC. GMC, the area's largest selection, including light-duty commercial. GMC, what a great truck deal can be. You work hard for your money. Make sure your truck does the same. GMC, more for less. John Keedy GMC. We are professional grade at the area's only General Motors superstore.
Hey, Dad, can we go look for my car today?
You know where you want to go? I just don't have a lot of time wasted looking for a car today.
Yeah, I looked online.
Hey, where'd you find all these?
At autosandquadcities.com.
At autosandquadcities.com, you'll find hundreds of vehicles from local car dealers. See details and photos of each car. Save time and money by visiting autosandquadcities.com.
Dad, that's a yellow hatchback, and it doesn't even have a CD player.
That's a shame. We're going to go take a look at it anyways.
The home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
That's huge. I mean, you're talking about two totally different guys, and you know, I tell you what, you know, the Bulls got huge. I think they were the second, you know, 1.7% chance of getting that first pick, but huge for the Bulls. So good luck with that pick, fellas.
All right, so Swish is going to hold off for now, but the Rose-Beasley debate began in Chicago last night after the city of Miami finished second twice. First, Dolphins defensive end Jason Taylor finished second in the finals of Dancing with the Stars. Then the Miami Heat lost out to the Bulls for the top pick in the NBA draft. Which star will the Bulls be dancing with on June 26th? Mark and Stacey King, the floor is yours.
Pat, thank you very much. It's like old times here on the post-game set. Stacey King, the prodigal son, has returned. Stacey, first of all, congratulations. Doing all the TV games with Neil Funk. It's going to be fun this year.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I think it's going to be pretty exciting for the Chicago Bulls fan. Neil Funk is a great play-by-play guy.
And you get a chance to talk about that exciting rookie point guard, Derrick Rose. If you slept it off, last night you were talking about Michael Beasley. Which way are you going today?
You know, that's uncalled for. This is a total setup question right now. You bring me on here to set me up, Schnowski.
Yeah, that's what I do
thought
best.
We were boys. I thought we were boys. Let me get my armor on.
Something's never changed, Stacey.
Well, I'm just going to tell you right now, you can't go wrong with either player.
Right.
I mean, the Bulls really need a point guard and they need an inside force. Both of these guys deliver, but you only can take one. So my choice is always going to go big. And I love Derrick Rose, but I think you need that guy that can get you a double-double every night. And that was the one thing the Bulls really lacked this year. They got a little bit with Drew Gooden, but he got hurt towards the end. But they definitely need that type of player.
Before I attack you and tell you why they should take Derrick Rose, maybe you can amplify what you saw in Beasley. You called some of his games at Kansas State. This is a guy who's very versatile, about 6'9". He can shoot it from deep. He's probably a better player than a lot of people realize.
Well, if you haven't really got a chance to see this kid, he can do it inside, outside. He's about 6'9", 6'9 and a half. He can put the ball on the floor. He has NBA three-point range. But the one thing I like about him is he can post up strong with his back to the basket, and he can score with either hand. He can go right, he can go left, he can dribble left, and he can penetrate right, which is very uncommon for big guys.
All right, now it's my turn to make the case for Derrick Rose. We've seen what a penetrating point guard can do, talking about Chris Paul in New Orleans. He made Tyson Chandler, who struggled here, into a very effective player. David West is now an all-star. Wide open shots for Peja Stojakovic. Couldn't Rose do the same thing here for the Bulls?
I definitely think he can. I mean, you look what he did in Memphis. This was a team, the Memphis Tigers, who had a lot of talent but really had no direction. Calipari put him in that starting lineup. He took that team to a championship, should have won the national championship, and probably would have been MOP, most outstanding player, had they won that. But he showed me that he can control a team, that he can get everybody involved, and he can be a factor even if he's not scoring on the defensive end as well as the offensive end as far as getting everybody involved and getting shots to the key players.
Well, Stacey, it's always great to have you back here in the studio. We'll look forward to watching you work with Neil Funk on all the Bulls telecasts next season with the exciting rookie point guard Derrick Rose, the #1 overall
I'm just
pick.
glad that I'm still allowed to come here. I'm just happy.
Your card still works. Stacey, good to have you here. We'll send it back over to Pat.
All right, fellas, thank you very much. Derrick Rose told the Sun-Times about the possibility of playing here in Chicago. Quote, I kind of got used to wearing number 23, but I know it's not going to happen in Chicago. But that's a small price to pay for playing in my hometown. He went on to say, every young kid who plays basketball dreams of playing in the NBA. The thought of being drafted by your hometown makes it extra special, especially when your team has a tradition like the Bulls and the great players that have come out of the organization. Get him, Johnny! Coming up next, the Cubs continue to struggle on the road, losing their series against the Astros. We'll head back to Houston for more reaction to that. And is there any chance Greg Maddux could pitch again for the Cubs? Fox Sports Baseball insider Ken Rosenthal gives us his thoughts on that when Land Rover Sports Night rolls on.
Style that will get you noticed. Men's Warehouse. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Lost in a daydream of blue and I feel so free. And then it's like I fall from the sky. Everything that I see is you. Oh, I adore you.
Introducing the Volvo XC90 Special Edition. Fully loaded for under $40,000 with almost $8,000 in luxury options while supplies last.
We have a beautiful day for baseball here at USA Field as the Sox take on the Tigers. Sox were 12-6 last year against Detroit.
They do play them well.
And we've got some fans welcoming Orlando Cabrera to the team.
You gotta love this guy's attitude.
Boy, is he a gamer. And the Sox take the field, so sit back, relax, and strap it down. White Sox baseball coming your way.
Get the ultimate garden tool, a Tough Shed Sundance Series building exclusively at the Home Depot. Legendary Tough Shed quality and the convenience of Home Depot. Call, click, or visit, and Tough Shed handles the rest. Installing your shed where you want so you can create the backyard of your dreams. Right now, get 10% off the base price of Sundance Series sheds. Plus no payments, no interest for 12 months with your Home Depot consumer credit card through May 26th.
The Tough Shed Sundance Series, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Why would someone strap themselves into a cramped, nitro-powered rocket sled like this? Is it the thrill of straddling 7,000 horsepower? The adrenaline of 300 miles per hour?
It's the Wally. The Wally.
No other sport is this powerful. No other sport is this fast. June 5th through 8th, the NHRA returns to Route 66 Raceway in Joliet for the Torco Racing Fuels Route 66 NHRA Nationals. Call now for tickets. NHRA Powerade Drag Racing. Experience the power.
Get you noticed. Men's Warehouse. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
The kick and the pitch, not going to happen. Astros lead 4-3 as Carlos Lee just took him up and out. Crawford boxes and left.
The noted Cubs killer Carlos Lee does it again. His 3-run blast gave the Astros the lead 4-3, and they never looked back, taking the series finale 5-3. Lou Piniella tries to explain the Cubs' 9-11 road record.
You take a look at the records in the National League Central, no team at home's got a losing record. Tells you something. So it's not that easy going on the road. You got to hold on to leads, and when you get leads, you got to tack on some runs. But unfortunately, the last couple of games, we haven't been able to do that.
We've obviously been better at home, which you're supposed to be. I don't think we're too far off. You know, Houston was a hot team. I think we should have won one of these last two games, so we need to do a little better job on the road. But I don't think it's like we're terrible on the road.
Tonight did a pretty poor job of it, especially going after guys. I had him, like I had Carlos Lee, I had him 0-2. I hang a slider. If I get that pitch down, different situation. Same thing to a couple other guys. I fell behind, too many guys as I would have liked to, but it's little things like that I got to work on and show up in my game.
Earlier in the show, we asked the Land Rover big question. What is the Major League record for consecutive no decisions for a pitcher? The answer, it's 10. Happened 3 times. John D'Acquisto and Randy Lurch back in 1977. And the unforgettable Dick Stigman from 1965 to 66. We do the big question every night at 10.
Joining us now is FoxSports.com senior baseball writer Ken Rosenthal. Let's start with the Cubs, Ken. We saw this week that Jim Edmonds can still get it done defensively, but can he still get it done at the plate?
Pat, the Padres sure didn't think so, and that's one of the reasons, obviously, that they felt it was proper to release Edmonds when they did. The way they saw it, even though he was coming off an injury at the start of the season, he was not a guy that was going to find it very quickly. Edman's position, of course, is just the opposite, that he simply needed more time to get into better physical condition. We're going to see how this all plays out, but around baseball, when you talk to scouts and other executives, they believe that Jim Edmonds is closer to done than not.
The Padres got rid of Jim Edmonds. Looks like Kevin Towers is about ready to implode that team right now. We saw Greg Maddux on the north side last week. Is there a scenario where the Mad Dog returns yet again to the Cubs?
It all depends on what he desires. Clearly, we've seen in recent years Greg Maddux's preference is to be on the West Coast. However, the Padres are far out of contention. They're not getting back into contention. So ultimately, he could be left with a choice. The choice would be this: go to one of his former teams, perhaps the Cubs, perhaps the Braves, or go to a team that has his brother, Mike, as its pitching coach. That would be the Milwaukee Brewers. To me, those are the only three teams that Maddux would consider three pretty good choices.
That's true, Ken. And the Cubs are giving Rich Hill right now what they're calling a mental break. Where do you think Jim Hendry's concern level is with the back end of his rotation?
Not very high. Pat, they've got a lot of options, and that's probably the best thing about where they are right now. When you look at the back of the rotation, Marquis, you start with him. So far, okay, nothing great. That's who Jason Marquis is. Then you have a list of other pitchers that you can use in that spot, whether it's Gallagher or Hart or ultimately Hill. You're going to have enough choices, Sean Marshall being another one, that they believe they can patch it together and get what they want out of that starting rotation.
Now to the White Sox. You'll be on the south side coming up this weekend. Is there any truth to the reports that Kenny Williams is interested in Sean Figgins?
I'm sure there is truth to it. Sean Figgins is an excellent leadoff man, and the White Sox could use an upgrade at second base. The problem is the Angels like Sean Figgins too. He's a pretty good player. They've missed him a lot since he's been on the disabled list. I don't expect the Angels to trade the White Sox a player that they consider pivotal to their success.
And you talk about second base. Juan Uribe's seen most of the action there so far for Ozzy's crew. But who do you think is the best option right now at second for the White Sox as you look at their roster?
The past 4 games, Pat, they've gone with Alexei Ramirez. He's a very intriguing player. As we know, the White Sox believe he could be an everyday guy at shortstop, second base, or center field. To me, because he has a much better offensive potential than Uribe, I'd at least like to see them give him an extended run here. Uribe is a good defender. We know that. He gives them a unique element because of his arm at second base. But Ramirez, with the offensive potential that he has, could be a much more intriguing part of that lineup.
And when you talk about that lineup, Ozzy shook up the batting order on that last road trip. Ken Williams says that he's going to allow his struggling hitters time to correct themselves. Do you believe that's the right move?
I actually do. And the reason it's the right move concerns a kind of new statistic that I'll have to explain a little bit, Pat. It's called batting average on balls in play. In other words, how lucky a hitter is on how many balls fall that he hits safely into fair territory. For several of the White Sox struggling hitters, Konerko, Swisher, Thome, Cabrera, that batting average is very low. What it means is that they've been unlucky. Their luck figures to change. I would stick with it. I think they're going to be fine.
Right now, the luckiest team in Chicago is the Chicago Bulls. We'll see if it rubs off a little bit on Ozzy's crew coming up. He is FoxSports.com senior baseball writer Ken Rosenthal. Thanks for the knowledge. We'll see you in Chicago this weekend.
Thanks, Pat.
And we got a new stat, batting average on balls in play.
Yeah, we need another stat in baseball.
Who knew?
Exactly what we need.
Taking a look at our Country Financial top performers, former members of the Cubs organization. Ricky Nolasco outpitched Brandon Webb tonight. Webb took his first loss of the year. He's now 9-1. Phil's Ryan Howard, 3 for 5, drove in 4 runs with a double and his 11th and 12th jacks on the year. Athletics pitcher Dana Evelyn tosses a 3-hitter as the A's rolls past the Rays.
You know, you talk about that new stat. It also shows that Gavin Floyd and Ryan Dempster are 2 of the most fortunate pitchers in baseball, so you can spin it both ways. Coming up next, the White Sox used a 5-run 6th inning to rally past the Tribe, pick up their 7th straight victory. We're going to head live to the South Side for Clubhouse Reaction.
Prepare yourself for an event so big, we couldn't fit it inside. Nissan's tent event. Get the best deals now on stylish sedans, powerful trucks, and durable SUVs. Get $1,500 Nissan cash back on Sentra and $199 a month for the 5-star safety-rated Altima. Your new Nissan will last and last, but event savings won't. Tents come down June 2nd.
Paul Konerko will start things off. He is 1 for 2 with a ribby. And here's a pitch from Sabathia. The ball hit hard. Get up. You can put it on the board. Yes. 3-run shot by Paulie. His first of the season, and the Sox lead at 7-4.
CMT is a company of growth and opportunity. We're expecting to grow by $100 million by the year 2011. And we recently purchased new machinery that utilizes the most up-to-date electronics. CMT is an authorized supplier of mag particle inspection and soon dye-penetrant and ultrasonic testing.
Creative Machining Technologies is currently looking for more skilled machinists located in the East Moline Industrial Park. CMT, manufacturing in the United States for the world.
Hi, I'm John Brenny. Come check out all the new Kawasaki's at Brenny Cycle Works in East Moline.
Gentlemen, start your engines. Let's go get them. Good luck. All right, driver, tighten your belts up. Ready? These cars off. Green flag.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series on ESPN2. Classic racing action.
Brought to you by Heyman's Westside Ace Hardware on 4th Street in Davenport. For all your home improvement and maintenance needs.
The home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Breaking ball, way back. DeLucci looks up. You can put it on the board. Yes! Mercy.
JD, the Sox were merciless in the 6th and 7th innings tonight against the Tribe. They scored 7 times in those 2 frames. Dye with 2 jacks. He had 4 RBIs on the night. Tomey also homered for the 2nd straight game. Sox win their 7th in a row. 7-2 was your final. Let's go live to 35th and Shields, where Josh Morey is standing by. Kenny and Ozzie said they are going to let these guys work out of their offensive slumps. Josh, maybe we saw the first step or swing tonight.
Yeah, and Jermaine Dye was pretty pumped up after he hit that home run. 7 games with this lineup and 7 straight wins. This one comes against Paul Byrd, who has been a notorious Sox killer. He had never lost in 6 career starts at U.S. Cellular Field before. Remember, he was the only pitcher to beat the White Sox during their postseason run in 2005, and he looked poised to do the same again tonight, guys. No-hitter through 4 1/3, dominant through 5, but suddenly, the 3rd time through the lineup, the Sox offense just exploded, seemingly coming out of nowhere to do so.
You know, sooner or later, you know, we knew we'd get a couple hits here and there, and hopefully in big situations. And, you know, the last couple years, this team has been like that. We may get shut out for like 4, 5, 6 innings, and then all of a sudden, the floodgates open.
You know, every time, you know, it's a game like that and, you know, somebody comes up big like JD did there, and it's just, you know, pumps everybody up, pumps the team up, and, you know, like I said, you know, that 3-run shot there, you know, made a huge difference.
When you get down early like that, you know, you want to come back, and you know, Jermaine's home run was huge for us. You know, I mean, that's that passion, you know, that we're always talking about. You know, passion you show on the field, and you know, for us it was huge. And you know, we just go home, get some rest, and you know, come back and be ready for tomorrow.
You know, Nick Swisher added that the Sox only had to go back to that last game in San Francisco on Sunday to draw on an experience where their offense could kind of ignite late in the game and carry them to victory. And you see this team beginning to do that, build up those confidence-inducing games that a team draws on later in the season to help them win more games. This one helps them extend their winning streak to 7 games, their longest in nearly 2 seasons, 7-2 over the Indians. Guys?
All right, Josh, that means we're just 3 wins away from David Kaplan and Nick Swisher dyeing their hair pink.
Oh, we can only hope that happens.
Exactly, and I know you'll be covering it every step of the way.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll catch your full game report on the midnight edition of Sports Night.
Let the countdown begin. And coming up next, we'll hear from WBC lightweight champion David Diaz. Does the pride of Chicago think he's an underdog against super featherweight champion Manny Pacquiao? His answer might surprise you. That's coming up next on Land Rover Sports Night.
Land Rover Sports Night is driven by Land Rover Illinois. Log on to LandRoverIllinois.com to locate your nearest Chicagoland retailer.
Around the world, more than 70,000 Land Rovers are engaged in peacekeeping, humanitarian aid, and scientific inquiry. And then there's these guys. Make an appointment to put a Land Rover through its paces.
Get the ultimate garden tool, a Tough Shed Sundance Series building exclusively at the Home Depot. Legendary Tough Shed quality and the convenience of Home Depot. Call, click, or visit, and Tough Shed handles the rest. Installing your shed where you want so you can create the backyard of your dreams. Right now, get 10% off the base price of Sundance Series sheds, plus no payments, no interest for 12 months with your Home Depot consumer credit card through May 26th.
The Tough Shed Sundance Series, exclusively at the Home Depot.
A new era of thrilling Blackhawks hockey is attracting sellout crowds once again to the United Center. Don't miss a minute of the exciting action as Rookie of the Year finalists Patrick Kane and Jonathan Toews and the rest of your Blackhawks set out to dominate the competition and bring the Stanley Cup back to Chicago. Good seat locations are going fast, so get yours while you still can. Purchase your season ticket now for as low as $15 per game by calling 312-455-7000 or logging on to ChicagoBlackhawks.com. Chicago Blackhawks hockey, the pride is back.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and BF Goodrich.
What's going on? Megathon.
Hey, for the Megathon at Oakbrook Toyota in Westmont.
Get a new 09 Corolla LE 35 MPG for $229 a month, 0 down. Or a new 09 Camry for only $18,988.
Mega deals. Mega MPG.
Bob Rohrman.
You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman's Oakbrook Toyota in Westmont, just 5 minutes west of the Tri-State on Ogden Avenue.
Before, during, and after the game, Comcast Sportsnet has Chicago baseball covered this summer. Beginning with pregame live, lineups, keys to the game, and insider news from the ballpark. And after the game, postgame live has reaction from the stadium and in-depth analysis with Belton, Bill Melton, and the quirky left-hander Dan Plesac. Plus, Sportsnight devotes more time to the Cubs and Sox every night of the week. The best coverage of Chicago baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Chicago's own WBC lightweight champion David Diaz and WBC super featherweight champion Manny Pacquiao were in town today to promote their 12-round lightweight championship bout set for June 28th in Vegas. The experts are tabbing Diaz as the underdog, but he doesn't see it that way.
We're both going to go at it, but the only thing that's going to happen there is that I'm going to win the fight. And we're gonna bring back the belt back to Chicago, and hopefully the Filipino people out there can forgive me for that, but I just can't allow it. I can't allow it, you know.
Play of the day, brought to you by Lexus, pursuing perfection.
We go to Moscow for an all-English Champions League final. Chelsea and Manchester United skip ahead to the penalty kick shootout. Nicholas Anelka of Chelsea needs to hit this to keep the game going, but no. The save by Edwin van der Sar. Manchester United gets its first Champions League final win since 1999 and also earns the play of the day. Want to come back in game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. Spurs in Los Angeles. LA trailed by 20 points midway through the third quarter. But who bring it back? Yes, that man, Kobe Bryant. Knocks down 2 of his 25 second-half points. Lakers in front now by 4. Under a minute to go. Tim Duncan in the lane. His shot is no good, but he scores on the follow. We're all even at 85 apiece. You know where the Lakers are going to. Kobe Bryant. He gets free for the 12-footer. Little push off there. A la MJ knocks it down. Lakers back in front. Now under 20 seconds to go. Tony Parker, the drive and dish. Manu Ginobili for the potential victory. No, the shot is short, no good. Lakers get the rebound, and they survive in game 1, 89-85. And, you know, Greg Popovich's crew has been through this many times, 4 championships in the last 9 years, but they were up by 21 points in the third quarter. LA went off on a 15-0 run to get back in it, and of course they have the best finisher in the game in Kobe Bryant.
Don't count the Spurs out, though. We'll see what happens in that series. Elsewhere, the Fire and Wisla Krakow battle to a scoreless draw. I just had to cut you off so I can get that in.
Throw out the records.
When those two get together. Sox win their 8th straight 7-2 over the Tribe. Cubs lose to the Astros 5-3. And in a stunning development, David Cook beats David Archuleta in the finals of American Idol. Not a good year for
Didn't see that coming.
Not a good year for Archuletas. Thanks for watching Land Rover Sports Night. The Whiff.
Yeah. A re-air of John Paxson's press conference from the Berto Center earlier today, talking about that #1 draft pick, is up next. And don't forget to join Gail Fisher. She'll have much more reaction to the Cubs and White Sox games on the midnight edition of Sports Night. So long, everybody.
Highlights of the Fire and Wisla Krakow.
No highlights, no score.
Place your hand here. Can't feel the temperature-controlled air flowing from the lush leather? That's because there's only one place to experience the innovative details offered in the ES, your Lexus dealer. Where the sooner you test drive the ES, the sooner you'll know why nothing else feels quite like a Lexus. Only at your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Hey, Bill. How's it going?
What is that?
It's my new bike and the amazing protection plan I got for it.
There's an easier way to protect your motorcycle. Call Geico. They insure all types of vehicles.
Geico Power Sports. Insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
Stretch your tax rebate check with Simply Great Savings at Circuit City. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, save $500 on this Panasonic Home Theater package with a 50-inch plasma and surround sound system. Only $1499.99. And all cameras $199 and up are on sale now. Like this 7-megapixel Sony, just $199.99 before $20 savings. Plus, save $50 on the new TomTom 130 GPS, just $149.99. It's 3 days of savings. Circuit City, simplicity guaranteed.
We're in the top of the 6th inning. Vern Wells at the plate, and man, is he tough.
Javi sure could use a strikeout here.
And here's the 1-2 pitch. Be gone. What a pitch by Javi. The fans loving it.
Swisher likes it too.
The silent assassin Javier Vasquez just mowing him down here in the 6th inning.
Where's a fan's best friend online? ComcastSportsNet.com. It's the place to read analysis from Comcast Sportsnet experts that you can't find anywhere else. Get up to the second news headlines. See the day's programming lineup. Check out talent bios and watch video clips featuring the latest info on your teams. Plus, sign up for Sports Extra and Sports Blast email alerts that make you the first to know about breaking news. Log on right now to ComcastSportsNet.com. Fans' best friend online.
The #1 pick in the 2008 NBA draft will be made by the Chicago Bulls.
That was last night after Steve Shanwald and the Bulls were awarded the first pick in the June NBA draft by winning the draft lottery. Hello, I'm David Kaplan as we get set to bring you Bulls general manager John Paxson's reaction to the Bulls winning the NBA draft lottery last night. The Bulls had just a 1.7% chance to win it and more than an 80% chance to stay at the 9th spot. It's the second time that the Bulls won the lottery, the other coming in 1999 when Chicago selected Elton Brand with the #1 overall pick. Here is John Paxson addressing the media from the Berto Center.
Yeah, it's I like the fact that we will have options, but you know, the thing right now is when we get the opportunity after the pre-draft camp next week to get to know these two kids the best we can and you know, formulate our thoughts and our evaluation based on that.
If you keep the pick, John, is it accurate to say that either player fills a major need?
No, I don't think there's any doubt. You know, I know we're loaded in the backcourt, but that's you know, true point guards like Rose is. I mean, I can make the argument that position is the most difficult position to really fill consistently, along with a big presence. But, you know, guys who can score the way the game is now, they are very, very valuable. So, again, I at this point, obviously don't know the two young men, and I want to get to the opportunity to do that. And so, we'll start the process of gathering all the information, the background, all those things.
What, if anything, are your impressions from both players in the limited times you saw them personally play?
Well, they're both really, really talented kids, and you know, Rose as a point guard and with the ability to make other players better, you know, that stands out. And Beasley's he's just a true scorer. He's got the instincts that allow him to, or enable him to score the ball really easily. And, you know, I mean, so they're two sides of the spectrum here. So, you know, we'll be able to look at which way to go.
John, could you see either of them making significant contributions right away?
You know, it's only a day after the lottery. I think both those kids are really, really talented and could definitely have an impact, you know, on the game early on. But that's so premature right now. We've no matter what direction we go, if we have one of those two, you're going to have to put them in an environment that's structured right and allows them to grow into the type of players that you think they can be. And that'll be a part of it as we go along as well.
Are both of them franchise players that you can build around?
I think it's too early to, I don't like throwing that out there because it's just not fair. I think at this point they've had 1 year college. They both had phenomenal years. Rose with his ability to lead a team to the national championship game, and the difference he made. He's a guy that doesn't need to necessarily score the ball all the time to have an impact on the game. And then the other kid Beasley in a very tough physical conference as a freshman, stepped in, averaged 26 a game. I mean, that's incredibly impressive. To label them as franchise players, I won't go there. I mean, that's not fair to them. And then you're talking in a way, a day after the lottery that I don't feel I should be talking.
John, how, if at all, does this impact the coaching search?
I don't know if it does necessarily in terms of what I'm looking for. I've got interviews planned the rest of this week, and I'm going to go about that, and and see. But I do feel that I felt all along through this whole coaching process that I'll know when I sit down with somebody and talk philosophy, and if there's a connection there about working together and the direction that we want to go. So I've been open-minded, since the D'Antoni thing, went by the wayside. I remain open-minded, and I'm bringing in guys right now that don't have any head coaching experience, but that may deserve a chance, and and we'll go from there.
Last 18 hours we've been talking to you, you seem rather low-key. Behind the scenes, are you kicking your heels at all? Is this good fortune?
Oh, it's great fortune. But look, I had nothing to do with it. We had nothing to do with it. We got lucky, and that's the bottom line. It's as simple as that. So, I mean, I know for people who followed us this year and our fans, this was a really disappointing year. We had great expectations. Our guys didn't play at a level that I thought they could play at, and so there's obviously going to be some renewed enthusiasm for the organization, which is great. I mean, that's part of the deal. We create some hope and enthusiasm. That's here again today, and that's the good part about it. But I think I have to approach it, be business-like, tactical, and go about it, because I want to make the right call, and I want to make the right moves necessary to get us better.
If you keep the pick, could who you draft impact who you hire as coach?
I'm not willing to go there right now, to be honest with you. I don't know if that will factor in yet.
Is it important or essential to have a coach in place by the draft, or do you not feel any sense of urgency on that front?
Well, I don't, again, I haven't, I thought we'd kind of, made progress in terms of a coach, and that didn't go through. So I don't feel, and I think being patient, after the Mike thing went away, I didn't do any interviews that week. I kind of sat back and evaluated where we were at. I made some phone calls and all, but that was it. And I think being patient right now, I got nothing to lose, and I don't want to, I didn't want a week or so ago to jump right into something, and I want to hear, I want to listen to philosophies. All the guys I have coming in, I've told them, I said, look, I want to know what you're about basketball-wise. I want to know